Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise, with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well, with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise, with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the assay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well, with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise, with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well, with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise, with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise, with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while results from multiple analytes in one well, with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise, with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well, with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise, with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well, with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 5th International Conference on Molecular Biology and Biotechnology 2022, organized by the Malaysian Society for Molecular Biology and Biotechnology. My name is Dr. Chang Li Xin and I will be your MC for this morning. First, we would like to thank all the honorable guests, speakers, and participants for spending your time to join us for this significant event. Before we begin, I would like to bring your attention to some of our housekeeping rules. First, please mute your audio to avoid any distractions and to ensure a smooth running of the event. Kindly turn on your video when instructed by the program committee. If you leave the room and want to rejoin, or if you are interested in joining a different room for our concurrent sections, please click on the link provided on the program booklet or the welcome kit. You'll be brought to the waiting room and then be admitted to the sections. If you have any questions that you would like to ask during the Q&A sections, please type your questions in the chat box. We will also be having a lucky draw sections later before the concurrent section begin. To be eligible for the lucky draw, kindly fill out the form that is shared in the chat box before 9:20 a.m. Fill out the form in the chat box before 9:20 a.m. Only for those who fill out the form before 9:20 a.m. will be eligible for today's lucky draw. Please be informed as well that the information that you have provided in the form will be shared with our sponsors. Also, the lucky draw prizes are only for those residing in Malaysia, as the prizes are gift coupons that can only be used in Malaysia. Please also fill out the conference attendance form for Day 1 ICMBB 2022. Fill out the conference attendance form for Day 1 ICMBB 2022. The form is currently shared in the chat box. Without further ado, allow me to invite Associate Prof. Dr. Damani Devi, the organizing chairperson of ICMBB 2022, to deliver her opening speech. Please welcome Associate Prof. Dr. Damani Devi.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Oh, we seem to be a bit earlier. All right. Thank you, Dr. Chan, and good morning, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 5th International Conference on Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, ICMBB 2022. We are very honored to organize this scientific meeting in conjunction with the 28th Scientific Meeting of the Malaysian Society for Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, MSMBB. MSMBB is a non-profit organization that has been established in 1988 with the aim to promote continuity of science towards solving problems and development of effective intervention to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all humanity. Firstly, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all delegates from local and international university, speakers, and also sponsors. This year, we have 388 registered participants from Malaysia and various countries like Indonesia, Uzbekistan, Philippines, Nigeria, Bangladesh, and Japan. and 97 submissions for oral and poster presentations. My deepest appreciation to all our distinguished speakers for kindly accepting our invitation. We are indeed honored and fortunate to have outstanding international and local experts present among us. This year, we are fortunate to have Professor Emerita Dr. Asma Ismail from Academy Science Malaysia and also Professor Dr. Lui Lai Ming from University Malaya as our keynote speaker. In this current pandemic, pursuing research has become much more challenging. To pursue sustainable science in accordance to the new norm, adapting and innovating research has become more relevant than ever. This is to ensure the continuity of science towards solving problems and development of effective interventions to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all humanity. Multidisciplinary collaboration is needed to achieve this difficult task. Hence, the theme of the 5th ICMBB 2022 is the way forward for humanity, adapting and innovating research. The scientific committee has put together an excellent program consisting of keynote and plenary talks, invited sessions, and oral and e-poster communication sessions for our young and future researchers to share their research. I hope that this 3-day online conference will be able to provide a great platform for participants to connect with colleagues, share and exchange knowledge, generate new ideas, and also establish collaboration. I hope you will find some of these sessions useful in your research and also career. I would like to close this welcome speech with a heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone who has made this conference possible. Thank you to our invited speakers for agreeing to take the time out of their busy schedule to give us their viewpoints on a broad range of topics. I would like to also extend our gratitude to our sponsors for supporting this event. We really appreciate your commitment and trust in our goal. Last but not least, thank you to all the members of ICMBB 2022 Organizing Committee for their commitment in putting endless time and effort in ensuring a successful meeting for all. I sincerely hope you will enjoy the 3 days of networking and rewarding exchanges. Once again, welcome to this conference and thank you for your participation. Thank you, Dr. Chan.
Thank you so much, Associate Prof. Dr. Damani Devi, the organizing chairperson of ICMBB 2022 to deliver her opening speech. Let us now watch the videos by the sponsor of this event.
Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy. 100 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 5th International Conference on Molecular Biology and Biotech 2022, organized by the Malaysian Society for Molecular Biology and Biotechnology. I would like to bring your attention to some of our housekeeping rules. Please mute your audio to avoid any distraction and ensure a smooth running of the event. Kindly turn on your video only when instructed by the program committee. If you leave the room and want to rejoin, or if you are interested in joining a different room for our concurrent sections, please click on the link provided on the program booklet or the welcome kit. You'll be brought to the waiting room and then be admitted to the sections. If you have any questions that you would like to ask during the Q&A sections, Please type your questions in the chat box. Also, please kindly rename yourself with full name to be eligible as the participant for this event. Please kindly rename yourself with full name to be eligible as participant for this event. Just right-click on your profile picture to rename with full name. We will also be having a lucky draw sections later before the concurrent sections begins. To be eligible for the lucky draw, kindly fill out the form that is shared in the chat box before 9:20 a.m. Fill out the form in the chat box before 9:20 a.m. Only those who fill the form before 9:20 a.m. will be eligible for today's lucky draw. Please be informed as well, the information that you have provided in the form will be shared with our sponsors. Also, the lucky draw prizes are only for those residing in Malaysia, as the prizes are gift coupon that can only be used in Malaysia. Please also fill up the conference attendance form for Day 1 ICMBB 2022. Fill out the conference attendance form for Day 1 ICMBB 2022. The form is currently shared in the chat box. Dear all participants, we will be having a lucky draw sections later before the concurrent session begins. To be eligible for the lucky draw, kindly fill up the form that is shared in the checkbox before 9:20 a.m. Fill up the form that is shared in the checkbox before 9:20 a.m. Only those who fill out the form before 9:20 a.m. will be eligible for today's lucky draw. Please be informed as well that the information that you have provided in the form will be shared with our sponsors. Also, the lucky draw prizes are only for those residing in Malaysia, as the prizes are gift vouchers that can only be used in Malaysia. Please also fill out the conference attendance form for Day 1 ICMBB 2022. Please fill up the conference attendance form for Day 1 ICMBB 2022. Without further ado, we will now move to our keynote sections for this morning. For this, I would like to invite Prof. Dr. Jennifer N. Harikrishna from University Malaya to chair our keynote sections. Please welcome Prof. Dr. Jennifer N.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It is my honor, as well as my great pleasure, to introduce our first keynote speaker. And this is very apt, as Prof. Emerita Dr. Asma Ismail has been described as a woman of many firsts. Besides being the first female Vice Chancellor of University Science Islam Malaysia and University Science Malaysia, she was also the country's first female Director General of Higher Education, the first female President of Academy of Sciences Malaysia, and the first female to be chairperson of the Malaysian Qualifications Agency, MQA. Prof. Asma completed her bachelor's, master's, and PhD in the USA and has been awarded honorary doctorates of science from University of Glasgow and an honorary doctorate of the University of Keele University, as well as an honorary doctorate in literature from Kyoto University of Foreign Studies. She was conferred Professor Emeritus status by University Science Malaysia in 2021 and awarded the Tokoh Akademik Negara, National Academic Laureate, the most prestigious national award to an academic in March of this year. Her research impact includes attaining 16 patents and the worldwide commercialization of the rapid diagnostic test for typhoid, called Typhidot, which is advocated by the WHO. She's won numerous awards and recognitions for her achievements at national and international levels, and has to date shared her knowledge in literally hundreds of invited and keynote talks around the globe. Her academic memberships include the Academy of Sciences Malaysia since 2003, the Academy of Sciences for the Developing World, TWAS, since 2010, and the Islamic World Academy of Sciences since 2016. In recognition of her passion for higher education and the development of science, Prof. Asma has been elected to several international boards, including the Board of Governors for Commonwealth of Learning, the Director Board and Executive Committee for Islamic Citation Center for the OIC, and member of the College of Fellows, Keele University, and a governing advisory board member of Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University in Japan. At the national level, she serves as a board member for CREST, is a member of the National Science Council and the High Tech Nation Council, as well as a member of the National Action Council on Shared Prosperity Vision under the Distinguished Educator category. Prof. Asma also served on many award committees, including TWAS, Islamic Development Bank, a Merdeka Award, Rhodes Scholarship, and the L'Oreal Women in Science Award. Her landmark contributions to Malaysia's higher education system include the establishment of the prestigious National Academic Award, Anugerah Akademik Negara, the establishment of research universities in Malaysia, and co-helming the development and implementation of the Malaysia Education Blueprint for Higher Education 2013 to 2025. I could go on, but I need to give Prof. Asma time for her talk. Prof. Asma, you have 30 minutes, and I now invite you to give your keynote presentation, Adapting and Innovating Research to Create Impact. What does it take?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to everyone. Thank you so much, Professor Jennifer, for the kind introduction. And I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to share my thoughts on the topic today. And I think that, you know, what you're doing now, which is adapting and innovating research, way forward for humanity. I think it's very timely, and it's a very good topic. And you know, we hope to see a lot more discussions on that. Okay, let me now share my slides. Jennifer, can you see? Can
Yes.
you see? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so let me begin on my topic. I've got 30 minutes to cover adapting and innovating research to create impact. And the question is, what does it take? And this is what I will be covering this morning: why change is needed and factors causing the disruptive change, and the way we do research today. Is it helping the country at all? And what is the big picture, and what changes need to be made, and adapting and innovating to create impact. Now, as you are aware, of course, the world is chaotic and it's rapidly changing, and it's changing because due to several factors, including digital age, the climate change, disruptive technologies, conflicts, and of course, pandemics. And the future is about facing uncertainties and facing many unknown challenges, and the size and complexity of this challenge all require us to become change makers and to provide an agile, flexible, and adaptable response to solutions needed by performing research and innovation. So basically, in short, it's not about just academic excellence. It's now going to be about creating impact to the industry and creating a sustainable change to society. And the question is, can we as academics and researchers rise to the challenge? And of course, when we ask that question, the biggest stumbling block, as I find now, being in academia and trying to create policies for the country to turn around the STI landscape for the country, the biggest stumbling block I find is attitudinal or mindset change. Because the first thing when people ask you why, when asked to change, the immediate reaction will be why. And this is nothing new, because this is typically a human reaction, and people or humans are naturally resistant to change, and we're quite a stubborn lot. And it's not uncommon for us to fight change very hard and always wanting to go back to the old ways, the old culture, and even retaliate by saying, why fix it if it's not broken, right? The question people will be asking is, if you ask to change, what is wrong with achieving academic excellence by publishing in Q1, Q2 journals? And I'm sure people in you're quite familiar with this, and people in the RUs, they're quite familiar with this. And what's wrong with having Q1, Q2, with having H index and high citation, right? Why we now have to go beyond academia? What is this word impact about? And why do we have to embark and champion SDGs and planetary health? And why do we have to do community engagement? I mean, we're quite familiar with just doing academic in the university. Why do we now have to do collaborative multidisciplinary research? What is wrong with maintaining our turf and just work with 2 or 3 lecturers that I'm familiar with? And why do I have to now go about collaborating with a multidisciplinary group of people that I don't even know? And why do I have to now work with the industry? I'm not very familiar. I'm not happy to work with the industry. I just like to work in my lab. Why do I have to now turn the knowledge that has been generated via my publication? Why do I have to do this and change that into innovation? Why can't it remain as a fundamental discovery and stay there? And why do we now have to go commercialization of R&D? What's the good of doing this? Why do we need now to get patents to get promoted? And why do we have to discuss with the target clients before designing our research? In short, what is wrong in maintaining what we have been doing now? So, as I said, change can only happen if you understand why you need to change. And to change, you need to understand the big picture and your role in it. Because a lot of us stay under the trees and we look at the trees, we don't see from the sky. So, and perhaps we don't have the kind of information to get the big picture. So let me now say to you, basically, one of the big picture is mainstreaming STI as the driver of economic growth. And if you look at all the Rancangan Malaysia RMK from previously from RMK 1 to current RMK 12, we find we look at all the changes that is now happening. Now, COVID-19 pandemic has taught us that in order to remain resilient, we need science to power our economy post-COVID-19. And to ensure Malaysia remains competitive globally, the government will continue to its efforts to actually mainstream STI, whether you like it or not. Even in RMK 12, STI is mainstream across all the thrust areas of RMK 12. And this hopefully will enable Malaysia to become a high-tech nation and be a developed country based on knowledge as well as competitiveness, hopefully by 2030. And that's the dream, right? So, but with the rapid change in technology brought about by Industry 4.0, we need to instill innovation in our industries in order to move productivity. And let me get back to the word innovation, right? Because I think you need to have some basis of understanding, especially among the young researchers. Now, invention is the occurrence of an idea or product that is never been made before. That means it's original, it's novel, all right? But an innovation is packaging of that product, making it palatable now to go into the market. So innovation implies the implementation of idea for the product or process for the very first time. And invention is a creation of a new product, but innovation is you value add that so that it is now marketable, is now palatable to enter into the market scene. So an invention is, of course, an original idea, is working in theory, but innovation is that this original idea, can we package it to make it practical so that it's implementable? And in invention is your scientific skills and the idea strikes as a scientist, but as an innovation is a set of marketing, technical, and strategic skills. And now, when you talk about invention, is a new idea that the scientists have, but an innovation is a need that is felt for the product improvement in existing product. And invention is a single product or process, but an innovation can be a combination because sometimes your discovery alone is not enough to create the product. Like, for example, Kodak, you know, it is a group of many patents together. Example, your handphone is also a group of many patents together because one patent alone is not enough. So basically, innovation is making it implementable to enter the market, and therefore you need to package it. So with invention, it's like you doing it in your lab and it's limited only to the R&D, but innovation is how do you now package the product, make it implementable with all the marketing skills and the technical whatever skills is needed to make the package now palatable and acceptable by the consumers, and it can spread across the organization. The question then is that are we now creating homegrown products or technologies and innovating them to actually go to the marketplace? But this is a famous slide by Academy Science Malaysia. It shows, you know, your iceberg thingy where everything on the top is what people shout about, but nobody tells you what's the bottom of the iceberg. So let me now, due to a lack of time, just concentrate on two areas, which is the innovation index. And we find that you know, we are 36 out of 132. But if you look at originality of our patents, we rank 61 out of 132 countries. And if you look at whether we are innovating, that means the knowledge that we have, the patent that we have, do we turn it into something palatable that the rakyat or the society can now use, we rank number 64 out of 137. And if you look at publications, okay, you know, since 2010, Malaysia produced 368,000 publication, right? We have so much publication that we rank number 24 out of 243 countries, you know, salute to all of us. But if you look at the details, only less than 10% of what we have published are in the top 10% citation percentile. And if you ask, did we manage to generate, create something new out of those papers that we published? We ranked number 69 of 132. And did we manage to now train our postgraduates into skills that is needed for the future and also in the industry? The answer is number 68 of 132. So ladies and gentlemen, we still have a long way to go. And our competitiveness is driven by talent and infrastructure, but definitely not by innovation. So the way we do research today, is it helping the country at all? Well, Malaysia's current GDP is 1.2 trillion. Can we enhance it? And we find that Technology, as we know it, is the fuel of the future. And these technologies are all STI driven. And after 65 years of independence, we still have, industries that we are proud of. Those are pace setters, like the EE industry, the IT services, the chemical, petroleum, etc. And then we have the adapters, and then we have the imitators, and we have the laggards. And if you pay attention to the laggards, these are the things that is required by mankind, right? Or humankind: food, shelter, clothing, health, right? Agriculture is the most laggard of all the laggards that we have. So the question then is that, can we enhance? I mean, look, agriculture, health, construction, shelter and clothing, right? They are all in the laggard. So can we enhance innovation capacity of our industry by design instead of just by chance, using indigenous technologies? Well, if you ask the question, are our industries using, how many billions of dollars have now been poured to R&D, such that you are always asking for FRGS, you're asking for all the MOSTI grants. At the end of the day, the work that we are all doing, is it being used by our industry? And this is, you may be saying, my work, a lot of industries are now taking up my work. But in fact, if you look at Malaysia, and this is done by World Bank, and compare our industries to all that in the East Asian country, this is done by World Bank report in 2020. Malaysian firms, this is the orange part. Are we innovating? Yes, we are. In the process, not producing, we're changing a few things, but we are not, in the end product is still the same. So this is innovation capacity. And if we look at the percent of new indigenous products that using our own indigenous technology, we are the lowest compared to all these other countries, right? Even Myanmar does better than us in using indigenous technologies, their own technologies, to create their own products, right? This Malaysia is the worst. And of course, this because our industries also do not spend money on R&D. But if you ask the question, are our industries adopting and adapting outside foreign technologies? The answer is we are really doing sky high here. So looks like our industries are not using our technologies. They rather adopt and adapt foreign technologies than using the technologies developed by our own lecturers. And I have to ask the question, the 5 RUs, we have so many patents, and have the industry adopted our patents? So the question is, why is the fact that our industries do not absorb all this like we have? So let me first of all get back to again definition of adopting versus adapting. If the industry adopt, that means it takes anything that is pre-existing and then use it verbatim or in total. But if the industry adapt, that means they buy something from the outside, as we can see our industry, but they significantly alter the pre-existing instrument, and that is called now adapting. And our local industries do not want to undergo risk with the local technologies, and therefore they rather adopt the foreign technology or adapt the technology for their own way forward in terms of competing in the market. But for Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, to be a high-tech nation by 2030, our industries need to adopt or adapt or whatever our own local indigenous homegrown technologies, not to bring in technology from the outside. So the need to package the implementation of that local indigenous technology that we are producing is very important now, that we need to innovate so that our industries also start to use our own local indigenous technology. So the question then is that, why is that our industry is not using our local technologies? And that is the question that has been there since the 6th Malaysia Plan. I mean, everybody knows it because of this innovation chasm that is there between the knowledge generators and the users of knowledge. No matter how many times we ask the academia to work with the industry, not many the universities respond very well. And we all know that World Bank has also evaluated the majority of the patents lies with the public university rather than with the private university. And this innovation chasm is the inability of our academic research to reach the market as products and services, and therefore once it doesn't do that, it also doesn't reach the people, and that's why we rank very low in knowledge generation, and of course we lack impact. So Of course, several instruments have been used to bridge this gap, and especially with the RUs, we have Technology Commercialization or Innovation Office, we have Intellectual Property Management Office, we have all that, but with the limited progress because there is a lack of products or projects entering the pipeline. Used to be, the universities are encouraging product development in order to go into ITEX, mines, Mars, and all this product competition. And then this new idea comes in and say, no, we don't want products and whatnot. Let's just have Q1, Q2 and move up in the ranking. Once we start to shift the engine of the university towards that kind of mindset change, that is why even if you have innovation office or intellectual property office, it means nothing when there is no enough of these products entering the pipeline. So the why is because first of all, there is the lack of trust between academia and industry. We don't work very well with the industry. We should change. And to do that, we also need more engagement between academia and industry. And the other one is that we also need to have more engagement with society. So we are living in an ivory tower, ladies and gentlemen. We don't engage with industry, we don't engage with the community. But we need to do this now in a collaborative manner. And to do that, sometimes you got to force it to happen. And this is the need for policy, which we don't have. The policy from higher education to link academia with industry. And this is as told by evaluated by World Bank. There is a need, therefore, to create an ecosystem to narrow the translation gap from R&D to economic development. In short, we need a policy that links the R&D priorities to economy. So I would have to end by saying the way we do research today is not helping the country. We have very high outputs, but we are low in terms of impact or outcome. So therefore, there is definitely room for improvement. And moving forward post-COVID-19, we need to have that policy that links academia to industry and academia to the rakyat. And we need, of course, to bridge the gap by performing responsible research and innovation that is now impactful and build the RDICE ecosystem, research, development, innovation, commercialization, and economy with relevant infrastructure and talent development. And we need to work in an integrated, multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, collaborative ecosystem. This is the way forward now. And of course, we need to work on niche areas that are that will address the relevant local and global problems. So I guess it's time for universities and academia to rise to the challenge. Of course, the big question is how are we going to do this? First thing is policy, and this is mooted by Academy Science Malaysia. Now, of course, we work behind MOSTI to do this, and they have now come out with a national, not a MOSTI policy, but a national STI policy for the first time that links socio-economic development with economy, socio-economic impact, right? So the STI is now linked, and this will hopefully address the economic disparities and hopefully will create this seamlessness between the R&D priorities and the economic development. And the glue to bring academia industry together, academia community together is the 10-10 My STIE framework. I'm sure you have heard that. And this is the glue that will bring things, hopefully these two together and provide the framework to adapt and innovate the product. I will explain, and requires the outcome basically to create impact to the localities. This is 10-10 My STIE. I'm sure you have heard it. If not, you can get Dr. Chai to also explain this at UM. And basically, this is what Academy has now come out that is now part of RMK 12, 10 technologies and 10 socio-economic driver. These technologies have been evaluated, and they will help to move the country until 2050. And you have 5G, 6G, sensor, 4D, 5D printing, advanced material, blockchain, neurotechnology, and of course, biotech right here, bioscience technology, and moving 10 socio-economic areas, as you can see here. So basically, if you want to move biotech, you need both fundamental and applied. And if you now move any of these technology can actually turn around any of these 10 socio-economic drivers that we see. But we need to work in a collaborative manner and working with fundamental and applied, working together to actually produce things that the technologies that is needed to drive the 10 socio-economic driver. But if you're working on one socio-economic driver, you need a combination of all of these technologies. So end game, ladies and gentlemen, whether you like it or not, collaboration is the key word for the future, producing not just ROI, but also ROV. And these are the areas, niche areas that 30 niche areas have been identified for the next 3 years. And we will continue to turn around the niche area to ensure Malaysia remains competitive in the marketplace. Because, you know, if left to the researchers, we'll be all doing our own thing all over again and never fulfilling the vacuum that is now needed by the country. And with 1010 My STIE, you cannot stop at fundamental. It has to now move that fundamental to innovation. And where you have the product, we will even evaluate where that particular product can take off. Because, you know, when you develop it in for example, an EE product, and you develop it and you put it in Kelantan, it's not going to work, right? You need to develop and place it in an ecosystem like Penang that will make the EE product fly. So basically, I don't have time to explain this, but the application of the 1010 in every location will now move each of the socio-economic sectors up the innovation value chain and actually now bring it to the rakyat so that now people will understand and feel the impact of science. And for more details, please download this My 1010 STIE book in this Academy website. And using the 1010, actually, you can use it to strategize for impactful R&I, because in the current pandemic, pursuing research now becomes more challenging, and to pursue a sustainable science in accordance with the new norm, you need, of course, to move and show an agile response. So basically, you need to adapt and innovate the research to ensure relevancy. And how do you ensure that you are relevant? By using the 1010 framework that will ensure the continuity of whatever product that you use. By using the 10 technologies is quite safe for our industries to now move up to 2050. And if you now turn around any of the socio-economic driver, is also quite safe because this is what the country wants. So we need to work in a multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary collaboration to achieve this. And sometimes it's not found in your university. You have to actually now work with other universities as well. This is to show to you where 1010 My STIE now is a part of RMK 12, meaning all funds in the country now, if you look at your FRGS, you have to identify how the grant that you are proposing is now going to be helping with the 1010 My STIE. So the better you understand 1010, the better it is for you. And to move 1010, the country has provided research grants in the form of My Grant Challenge. And if you want to move research in terms of social innovation, MOSTI has also provided Malaysian social innovation grants. So to make a difference, this is the second big picture why we need to change. To make a difference to humanity, we need to go back to basic and perform impactful research. And one way that we can now create this impact is to move the central core, to move SDG. If you move any of the 17 SDGs, it will be able to create impact. And the second thing you need to think about now, the keyword is planetary health. Now, planetary health is about now after COVID-19. If you're not aware of planetary health, something's wrong because, you know, climate change, all that is affecting all of us getting the zoonotic disease coming in. So planetary health now becomes the in thing for the country because the country has also approved for the entire whole nation approach towards planetary health. And planetary health is about the awareness and changing of mindset again to ensure the balance between human, animal, and environment. And in Malaysia, we find that if it doesn't affect the heart and the mind, you will not change because you know using plastic is no good, but you go to Tesco, you go to any of the grocery stores, you still use plastic in every little fish that you take, vegetable that you take. At the end of the day, you say, I bring my own big bag. That's all. But most of the time, you're still using the plastic. So the SDG basically has provided you with targets and provide you a way of also measuring the impact. And of course, there are other areas of importance like AI, robotics, blue economy, agriculture, climate change. So if you're having a meeting on the biotech and molecular, so these are the areas, nanotech, biotech, precision medicine, precision biodiversity, cybersecurity, all these now very key, very important things that you need to work on. So it's best, therefore, rather than thinking what to do, just use the 10-10 My SDG framework as a guide to what is now considered as a priority at the national level. Then we need to move for responsible research, because the ecosystem to be successful in creating impact is to and create a sustainable change. The solution that is now offered cannot be technology-centric as what we are doing now. The solution must be aligned, the scientific and technological progress with socially desirable and acceptable ends. Meaning to say socially desirable, the consumer wants it, and acceptable ends, making sure planetary health, nature-centric is also there. So to ensure the solution provided is socially desirable and acceptable, you need to perform what we call responsible research and innovation. And in performing that, we need to ensure that the research solution that we now provide is human-centric, is value-centric, and also nature-centric, taking care of the environment. Because when we start to talk about impact, it's not about the process, but about the result. And this is where even the people who evaluate grants have a problem, because they concentrate very much on your methodology and your objective, but they never really look at what is the impact that is now created out of this. I mean, they ask the question, what is the impact? And you can also write about the impact under the coconut tree, but you have never tested with society whether what you have produced is now creating that kind of impact. This is now required in the research today. So impact is not about how to develop the vaccine or finding all this discovery to the biomarkers to make the vaccine, but it's about whether the newly developed vaccine was able to reduce the spread of the disease among the population. We are now asking for results driven. So to do that, you have to test that in society. So results driven impact matters because it helps us to focus now on the overall purpose rather than the process of the research, and help to ensure the best return on investment and return on value. Sometimes just putting a smile on the face of people matters rather than just looking at the dollars and cents. So community and industry engagement now becomes very important in the journey to create impact. And that's why social innovation is another approach that is also needed. And this is where community engagement comes in, because it's part and parcel of your experiential learning. And this is where also, if you have community engagement, it's easier to test the product that you use now to see whether it's working and acceptable and desirable to society. So to do that, we have the Malaysian social innovation grants. Okay, if you just, I think you need to get your head out of just fundamental. There's so many grants available, right? And with my SI, it's about grassroots innovation, whether the products or process developed by the low-income group, you can now turn it around by working with them and to create something out of these innovations as done by the rakyat. Or you can do social innovation where you generate income, where you do income generating innovation, like what we've been doing to improve the well-being of society through the use of the existing technology to meet social needs. Or you can use inclusive innovation where you do high quality, affordable innovation that help the OKU, that help the B40, the single mothers, etc. So this is a new kind. These new grants, my SI grants, are up to 12 months, and they maximum is 300,000 per grant. So of course, you ask the question, how do I measure impact? We find that during COVID, the rise of the intangibles become more important than the numbers. Suddenly with COVID, numbers no longer matters, right? KPI no longer matters. It is the intangible. People work together, people show civic heroism. All this now give the rise of the intangibles. So understanding and awareness before, after, attitudinal change, do you see it? Economic, okay, that's easy to measure. Social change, cultural change, policy change, you see health and well-being, decision-making behavior change, capacity of preparedness, whether there's an environmental change that you now see. So all this can be ways of measuring impact, because as Einstein says, not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. So impact is measured by tangible and intangible factors, and not just about the ROIs, now about the ROV. So as an example, in performing responsible research and innovation, let's say for the medical and health sector, you talk about planetary health, and the medical and health sector. Now, if you look at the three niche areas, either you're working on precision medicine, or you're working on digital health, or working on clinical trial, at the end of the day, the solution you produce must lead towards the wellness paradigm. And because you use this combination of human-centric, nature-centric, as well as planetary health, nature-centric, value-centric. So at the end of the day, you are creating sustainable health with community and industrial interventions to actually ensure resilience. So remember that as we go forward, technology is just an enabler to make sure things happen. So whatever it is, your product has got to be a wow product, because if you are now doing impactful research, you gotta be a wow. And a wow means, number one, it has to be world-class. Global challenges, that is space setting. So to do that, you got to use the technologies that I have been saying to you in the 10 technologies. And whatever you're developing now, it's got to be novel, it's got to be innovative, and provide a major problem or challenge. It solves. You are now not problem-oriented, but solution-oriented. I think that is the game plan now. And of course, it has to be outstanding in the sense the quality of the proposal is opportunity creating. It's got to be clear. It's got to be sound with rigorous methodology. And most importantly, whatever that you propose must be easy to understand by even the non-specialists. And the last part, because you want to create impact, it's got to be winnable. So that means it has to be winning the hearts and minds of the community and of the stakeholders. And that's why I say doing responsible research and innovation, where it has to be societally, socially acceptable and desirable. And that means you have to do a research project that is transformative as well as impactful. So I end by saying that what you do has greater impact than what you say. So it's important now that you are now in the era where we're facing a lot of uncertainties and challenges, and having values is the way forward. And therefore, making sure that your research is human-centric, it is value-centric, as well as nature-centric, taking care of planetary health, that now becomes the way forward for humanity. And to do that is to adopt and is to adapt and innovate in order to produce the kind of product that is now needed by humanity. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Emerita Asma Ismail. That was a very inspiring and broad and beautiful coverage of what we need to be doing and why. You've emphasized the importance of being adaptive, innovative, impactful, and working in collaboration. We also need to work with responsibility and bearing in mind sustainability. You've certainly given us all a lot to think about, and I'm sure everybody will be referring back to the MICE 1010 and the sustainable goals as they plan their new research proposals. Thank you so much also for keeping to time, and I will now pass the floor back to the MC.
Thank you. Thank you all, and all the best.
Thank you very much, Prof. Emerita Dr. Asma Ismail and Prof. Dr. Jennifer, and for the insightful and interesting sessions. Before we proceed, I would like to seek the cooperation of all our guests, speakers, and participants to kindly turn on your camera for the photography sessions. Please kindly turn on your camera for the photography session.
Hi, participants. In the count of 3, I would like you all to smile. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Just keep smiling. We have many pages here. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate. Back to you, Ms. MC.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you very much. Now we will proceed to our first technical talk for today, which is delivered by Ms. Xiao Ting Chin from Ken Raya Sdn Bhd. Ms. Xiao Ting, please be reminded that there's only 15 minutes for the technical talk, and the indicator sound will ring when there is 3 minutes left. For the participants, if you have any questions about the talk, please type up your questions in the chat box. Let us now welcome Ms. Xiao Ting Chin.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Chang, for passing the floor to me. So good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers for inviting us to give technical talk sharing. So I think without wasting any delay, I would just share my slides now. So are you all able to see my slides now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So again, so good morning to everyone. So basically, my name is Xiao Ting. I'm the application manager from Kenvue. So basically, today's I would like to do some technology sharing on droplet digital PCR, the way forward for quantitative molecular detections of infectious diseases. Before I begin, just allow me to give a brief introduction of our company. So basically, Kenvue has been in the market for more than 10 years, since 2008, which it has been established. So our company is actually located in Shah Alam. So being one of the top 3 life science company in Malaysia, we are fast, coordinated, and professional. We are also customer oriented with dependable service support, and our goal is to always provide good solutions to the research, clinical research, diagnostics community, as well as applied markets. So Kenvue is actually, the sole authorized distributor of Bio-Rad's life science divisions. So we have been actively engaging in, on-site marketing activities, especially before the outbreak of COVID. So basically, there is an average of 1 activity on every week all over Malaysia. So without further delay, I would like to begin my sharing session for today's. So basically, I will talk about, what are the 3 generations of PCR amplifications, followed by the principles of ddPCR, key advantages, and also I will end my sessions with some sharing of the applications of ddPCR. So we know that there are a total of 3 generations of PCR amplification technology. So the first one being the most basic and conventional PCR, which is qualitative. So it depends on the endpoint amplifications, and it will involve the post-PCR processing, whereby we need to run agar gel to look at the target bands. Whereby for the second generation PCR, it is real-time PCR. So it allows us to do both qualitative and also relative quantitation. So this is the gold standards that being used for the COVID testing. And lastly, the third generation is today's topic, which is I call it as droplet digital PCR, which allows us to do absolute quantitation. Okay, so what is digital PCR? So basically, it builds on conventional PCR amplifications, utilizing the endpoint detection, amplification, and also fluorescence probe-based detection methods of real-time PCR. So basically, it's something like combining the 2 previous technology, and it provides highly sensitive absolute quantitations of nucleic acids without the need for standard curves generations. Droplet techniques based on the water oil emulsions known as droplet digital PCR is proprietary to Bio-Rad. So whenever we heard about droplet digital PCR or the short form ddPCR, so it's the Bio-Rad technology. As mentioned, so the ddPCR technology uses a combination of microfluidics and proprietary surfactant chemistries to divide the PCR samples into water in oil droplets. So what is actually happening in droplet digital PCR, that it actually involves the four simple steps. So first is to partitions the reagents and samples into thousands of nanoliter sized droplets from the reaction mixtures that you have prepared. Then after the generations, the partitioning, so the whole reactions will be subjected to endpoint PCR amplifications using the common thermocycler. So droplets that contain the target sequence are detected by fluorescence and scored as positive, whereby the droplets without fluorescence are scored as negative. So the digital readout provides actual or absolute values through the Poisson statistical analysis of both positive and negative droplets. So basically, the presentations of the data will be generated by the software, which will do the calculations automatically. So next, let me go through with you what is the principles of partitioning in ddPCR. If in order for us to spot the two goldfishes is rather challenging, especially in the background of all other fishes. So this is actually happening in real-time PCR, whereby the bulk reactions will be analyzed to detect the target of interest. So imagine that if we are able to, scope out the fish and put it into a fish bowl, one fish is fish bowl, and we read every fish bowl to detect the golden fishes. So this will make the chances of spotting a golden fishes So this is just a summary.
Very sorry, we have some technical glitch over here. Let me check if Miss Selting is on the line.
Hi, sorry, I think I've lost you guys.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Probably you can share the screen.
Yeah. I'll just continue with here. Yeah, did you able to go listen to this slides? Shall I proceed? Sorry, give me 1 minute. So I think I'll continue with my slides with the to share some key advantages of ddPCR. So there are a few advantages, that it presented due to the key partitioning features of the ddPCR. So first of all, it is tolerant to low PCR efficiency. So if you look at this big differences in CT value. So it means that the temperature is not optimal. So it will affect the PCR efficiency, which gives you the different results. However, if we apply the same conditions to using the ddPCR platform, so even though it's the same scenario that we are seeing, that above 55 to 68 degree, there are decrease in the amplitude fluorescence, meaning that there are sort of like, reductions in the PCR efficiency. However, if you are able to, separate the cluster, the two cluster, which is the negative from the positive clusters, then the relative quantitations can be done. The absolute quantitation will be done, giving you the actual absolute value without affected by the PCR efficiency. So the second advantage is that ddPCR is able to identify the PCR inhibition. So if you look at this plot, 1D plot, right? So we have a total of 3 clusters here, ABC. So for the cluster A, they actually input this downline, which is a control without any inhibitions. So you can see look at the fluorescence amplitude, whereby for the B and C is actually the cfDNA. So with the B cluster higher input DNA, which is 6 microliter, so you can see that the fluorescence amplitude relative, lower than the cluster C, but it doesn't separations between droplet clusters, accurate quantitations can be made. So that advantages, it can detect a small fold differences. If you look at this curve, so basically there's a constant human DNA as a background with a 10% dilution series of Staph aureus bacteria. So with our DD platform, it actually allows us to detect down to 10% dilutions. So this is, if imagine that we are doing this similar dilutions using real-time PCR, the differences is only about 0.3 CQ difference, which is not significant. So the last advantage that I would like to share is that ddPCR enables excellent reproducibility. So what I did here is they actually passing the same samples and same assay through three different labs. So the assay was run by 3 different operators using their 3 different systems in their labs. So after they got the results, so they do the comparison and draw the curve. So you can see that the data that from 3 different units actually overlay on top of each other. And it is showing the high linearity between the measured concentrations and also the theoretical concentrations. All right. So in summary, so ddPCR is a high precision platform, which is give you a high sensitivity and tolerant to low PCR efficiency as well as the inhibitions. So, okay, so
Hello, Miss Xiaoting. Are you here? I'm sorry, we have some technical glitch over here. All right, thank you so much, Ms. Xiao Ting, for the technical talk. Now I would like to invite Ms. Yuwen Tan from Next Gene Scientific Sdn Hub for our second technical talk for today. Please be reminded that there's only 15 minutes for the technical talk, and an indicator sound will ring when there is 3 minutes left. For the participants, if you have any questions about the talk, please type up your question in the chat box. Please welcome Ms. Yuwen Tan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the organizing committee and NextGen Scientific for inviting me to speak in this ICM 2022 and share the technology we have contributed in genome editing. The topic of my presentation today is genome editing using nucleofactor technology, and Yun Wen, Senior Sales Manager from Lonza Bioscience, Singapore. So as what Prof. Dr. Asma Ismail have mentioned, innovations are very, very important. And in fact, this nucleofactor technology was actually discovered by a PhD student in his PhD project, and he found this 21 years ago. And we have been using the nucleofactor technology that innovated by the scientists. So for the next 15 minutes, these are the 3 areas I'll be covering. First, I'll give a brief introduction on genome editing tool and specifically to CRISPR and how to use nucleofactor technology for transfection of CRISPR and Cas9 system. And I'll also provide some technical tips for CRISPR-Cas9 usage. So actually before CRISPR discovered, there are another 2 popular genome editing tools called zinc finger and TALEN. But CRISPR, which was discovered quite recently, is a more simple genome editing tool and is also very popular among research groups. So CRISPR stands for Cluster Regulatory Interspace Short Palindromic Repeats. The CRISPR system is a bacterial immune system to defend against invading viruses, but this system has been adapted for use in eukaryotic cells. The specificity is driven by a so-called guided RNA in rate, which typically bind to a complementary stretch of 18 to 20 base pair in the targeted DNA, and it has some additional sequence motif that help to form a complex with the Cas9 nucleus, the CRISPR-associated nucleus. So compared to zinc finger and TALEN, using CRISPR, the DNA binding domain and the nucleus do not need to fuse. Furthermore, the DNA binding part is an RNA and not a protein. So both of these features actually make it easier to design a new guided RNA addressing a new target. That's why CRISPR is getting more and more popular. So let's take a look at the process. So when the CRISPR-associated nucleus cut the double-stranded DNA specific in the genome and create a double-stranded break, this event will induce a cellular DNA repair process. So there are 2 types of repair process that can occur. So first, if there's no donor DNA or donor fragment available, the broken end will then rejoin. So this process is called a non-homologous end joining or NHEJ. And this is often accompanied by a mutation which can cause a deletion of functional element of the gene. So if there is a partial homologous donor sequence is present, the genomic allele of foreign donor DNA, and insertion or replacement of gene can take place via this homology-dependent repair. So the ratio of NHEJ and the HDR is very depending on the individual experiment setting. So example, depending on cell type and also the donor amount. So this slide will give you a more detail on the CRISPR process because CRISPR-Cas9 is so important. So that's why we give some explanation on this. So the Cas9 nucleus marked here in greenish blue unwind the double-stranded genomic DNA and enable by sliding along the guide RNA to find its complementary sequence. It then cut the DNA with a blunt double-strand break. For a successful binding of Cas9, the genomic target sequence is also need to have a correct phosphor spacer adjacent motif, which is PAM sequence immediately following the target sequence. So what's really happening in CRISPR-Cas9 for genome editing is there are 3 different substrate types that we have classified here. So first strategy, you're able to use this Cas9 guide RNA plasmid to do the genome editing. You can also use the mRNA substrate, and you can also use the latest, more popular RNP format. So let's start from the left with the DNA and plasmid. When the DNA or plasmid being transfected into the nucleus, after transcription and export of the messenger, the guided RNA and mRNA will need to be translated and form a complex in the cytoplasm, and with the additional NLS signal, the whole complex will then retransport back into the nucleus and able to cut the genome DNA and after finding the specific sequence. So if you choose the second part, which is the mRNA part, it will be a little bit shorter process because the mRNA will be directly translated into cytoplasm and form the complex with the added guide RNA and travel into the nucleus to conduct the genome editing. And of course, the third way will be the shortest way. By using the RNP directly, it will help to reduce the time and is able to start the process almost immediately after transfection. As the RNP complex are showing more short-term action, it might also be easier to control the nucleus action. So as we are seeing here, there are 3 different types of substrate. So most of the CRISPR genome editing approach is quite commonly that researchers will need to do a co-transfection. That means more than one substrate. So be it mRNA, guide RNA, or you need a donor DNA for target insertions or replacement. So there are a lot of impact on medicines and biomedical research for CRISPR. For example, you can try to treat a disease from the cause at the molecular level. So example, you can also create the next generation model like stable modification of primary cells like induced pluripotent stem cell to do a disease modeling or assays. You can also do a gene repair and replacement by doing the stable modification of cells. And of course, CAR-T is very, very popular right now at the globally because they have really a tremendous impact on human life by doing CAR-T. So this cutting-edge technology can actually help to improve the speed to patient by using CRISPR genome editing. So what Lonza have here is we have a very efficient non-viral transfection and what we call is nucleofactor technology. This state-of-the-art electroporation is very versatile and very efficient. And actually we have more than 10,000 publications using nucleofactor technology, and many of them from the well-known labs. So this technology also used in the leading lab, and they actually working on CRISPR or iPSC, for example, Yamanaka lab. So this ease of use technology is actually able to work with many different substrates, and we can work with a big scale of cell number from a very small scale like 10,000 cells up to 1 billion cells. So what are the principles of this technology? The principle is very simple. So we have the cell type specific solutions that can bring the substrate of interest directly into both the nucleus and also the cytoplasm. The gene can transfer directly into nucleus, and the pore is generated in the cells and also the nucleus membrane during the nucleofaction process, and it allowed the substrate to enter the cells and the nucleus. So there are actually 3 components forming this unique technology. The very first thing is the nucleofactor device. So this device, they apply a very optimized pulse to open the pore in cell membrane and nuclear membrane. So although we are actually using this electroporation method, but our device is able to generate a very gentle pulse. Together with the specific nucleofactor kits, this kit comprised of the cuvette and the vessel and the solution that actually help to pamper the cells, that the cells are not so agitated during the transfection, and the electrode of our vessel are using conductive polymer. So there's no metal ion or the aluminum ion being released after transfections. So we also have the optimized protocol that help researchers as a plug and play to use our system very efficiently and very easy. So these three different combinations will enable an excellent transfection performance combined with high functionality. So what's really happened is there are just 5 simple steps in a 40 nucleofactor X unit transfection. The first thing is we harvest a cell of interest, for example, a primary T cells. So we mix the solutions with the supplement added with the cells and the CRISPR RNP that you choose. And then you transfer all this mixture into the Lonza certified QVAT. After that, you just select the nucleofactor program on the devices and press start. The whole transfection will just take seconds. After transfection, you just rinse the QVAT with the pre-warmed media and then transfer to the culture dish. The expression can be detected as soon as 3 to 8 hours after nucleofection. So for, as I mentioned, this technology had been 21-year anniversary. So last year, during the 20-year anniversary, we actually helped to transform the devices into a more complete system. So now we actually have many modular units that can attach to the core unit, which is the controller. So X unit is our most popular modular unit, which is what we call a generalist. It's able to work with 20 microliter QVAT strip and also the 100 microliter QVAT. We also have the 96 well screen unit for the screener and the Y unit for neuronal cell or adherent cells. LV unit is for large volume where you are able to work with 1 ml cartridges or using a flow through LV cartridge up to 20 ml reaction volume. So this is what I mentioned, the scalable technologies that we can help researchers from research up to the manufacturing site. So these are all the consumable look like. So just 2021, during the COVID year itself, we have more than 1,800 publications using nucleofactions and CRISPR. So this is a very, very highly cited technologies. So for normal researchers, if you're interested to do genome editing, I'll recommend that you register yourself with Lonza Knowledge Center at this website, and there are more than 650 ready-to-use protocol, and all the conditions have been optimized and is able to fine-tune for RNP delivery. So for example, if I'm interested in a CD34, I will just plug the CD34 inside, and then I'll choose what are the optimized protocol available for me. So in this case, the recommended solution is P3 and the program is EO100 for my 4D nucleofactor X unit. So this optimized protocol, as explained, they have all the optimal conditions from the cells preparation up to nucleofaction and how you prepare your cells throughout the whole process. So it gives you an optimal condition. So as I mentioned, this is my last topic of the day. I'll talk about the tips and tricks for RNP nucleofactions. So we use an example from a case study from Seki and Ruth paper published in 2018. So this is a very interesting paper because they are building on all the previous research, and they try to improve from all the technologies available. So they found that RNP is the best strategy for working on the primary T cells and also activated mouse CD8 T cells. There are a lot of things talking about how you wanted to optimize the nucleofaction solutions, how you choose the different guided RNA, and what are the important of the ratios. So for those who are interested, please look for Seki and Ruth paper. So today I will just cover some of the interesting topic that they have found. So the first thing is, instead of Lonza recommended solutions, because they are using this RNP protein, which is very different with the physical and chemical of it. So they try to do a full screening using a systematic way to find the best solution and the best program for the mouse CD8 plus T cells. And they find couple of it with everything more than 80% of the knockout cells. So they also found that actually different type of RNA will give you a different type of knockout efficiency. So it's very important if you're working on this to look at the suitable single guided RNA. And another one thing is the importance of the ratio. Of course, if you think that the more of the guide RNP is more higher knockout efficiency, but it's not the case. What the paper found that is higher amount and with the certain ratio will actually help to double or triple of the knockout efficiency. They also found that if you have two to three different guided RNA target the same gene, will actually increase the knockout efficiency up to 90% as well. So this case, they also mentioned that Cas9 proteins is important. 2 different brands of the Cas9 will give you double or triple differences in terms of the knockout efficiency. So this paper published that for human T cells and also the mouse T cell, which is very sensitive to work with the genome editing, they are able to achieve 90% knockout efficiency. So to summary, the trick is be very careful with all the ratios, and everything that you do, try to don't do too much of the dilution to the nucleophile solutions that we recommended, which is 10%. So Lonza, we have the integrated solution for cell and gene therapy from primary cell research media, nucleofactor up to the cocoon system and endotoxin testing. So I hope that my presentation today will give you an idea that nucleofactor technology is a very efficient and very robust system that give you versatility, and you're able to scale your experiment. And we also provide safety and documentation to support genome editing using in cell and gene therapy and genome editing. And with that, I thank you for your attention. I hope I can cover within 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Yuwen, for the sharing. Now we will have the Q&A sections for both companies. Participants, you are welcome to type your questions in the chat box and indicate to which company the questions is asked. Yes, we have one question in the chat box. It's from Yi Ling, attended to Ms. Xiaoting. What kind of prop can be used for multiplex ddPCR? Ms. Xiaoting, are you in the line?
Yeah, I'm in the line. Sorry, the camera is a bit a problem, so couldn't turn on. So yeah, thanks, Prof. Lau, for the question. So basically, the probes that can be used for the current system is FEM and HEX for the multiplexing. So basically, even though with these two channels, right? So basically, we can do some multiplexing for the assay itself. Yeah.
Thank you for answering. How about from Ms. Tan?
Is there any nucleofactor for RAN in Malaysia? That's a good question, but you can actually contact our distributor, which is NextGene Scientific. Yeah, they can probably put the contact in the chat box as well for you.
All right, thank you. Any more questions from the floor? Thank you for the questions. If there are no further questions, you may contact the companies via email to the person in charge, which is the email is attached in the chat box. Thank you so much, Ms. Xiaoting and Ms. Yuwen, for the sharing today. Next, we will be doing our first lucky draw for the conference. We will have 3 lucky draw prizes to give away, and let's do the draw now. The first winner is Yi Wei Dang. Congratulations. And the second winner goes to Khadija Yusuf. And the final winner is Xiao Ting Chin. Congratulations. The winners will be contacted via email at the end of the conference. If you did not win anything for today, please do not be disappointed. We have more lucky draw sessions on day 2 and day 3 of our conference. With that, we have come to the end of our comment sessions for this morning. Before we go to the concurrent sections, a gentle reminder to all the MSMBB members that the 33rd MSMBB Annual General Meeting will be held on 9 June 2 p.m. 33rd ASMBB 33rd MSMBB Annual General Meeting will be held on 9 June 2 p.m. The link to join this AGM has been sent to your email. ASMBB member, do join us for the AGM. Besides, a general reminder to fill out the conference attendance form for Day 1 ICMBB 2022. Fill out the conference attendance form for Day 1 ICMBB 2022. We will now move to the concurrent sections. Kindly remain in this hall if you wish to follow the talks on agriculture and aquaculture biotechnology and molecular biology. If you wish to follow the talks on medical biotechnology and molecular biology, please use the link provided in the program book and welcome kit to join that sections. The concurrent sections will start at 10:25 a.m. The concurrent section will start at 10:25 a.m. You may now move to the concurrent sections. Thank you.
Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise, with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you and welcome to the talk session for the Agriculture and Aquaculture Biotechnology and Molecular Biology category. My name is Yikling and it is my honor and absolute pleasure to be the chairperson for the session for today. With much respect, I would like to invite our speaker for the plenary talk. We are very honored to have Professor Dr. Vigneswari Ratnam from University Kebangsaan Malaysia with us today. Professor Dr. Wigneswari Ratnam is an honorary professor at University Kebangsaan Malaysia with 35 years of experience in plant genetics and biotechnology. She serves as a Deputy Dean of University, Industry, and Community Partnership at Faculty of Science and Technology, UKM, as well as a Chair of Institutional Biosafety Community at UKM. She is a Fellow of Academy of Sciences Malaysia since 2012. She is the Managing Director of Nomatech Sendirian Berhad, a startup company on agricultural innovation since 2016. Her research interests are on genetic diversity and inheritance of traits and genes. She has led nationally funded projects on plant genetics diversity, molecular biology of flowering in ratans, and functional genomics of wood formation in acacia hybrid. She has also led national and international research projects on QTL mapping in rice and the genetic improvement of biotic and abiotic stress in rice. She served on national panel, including the panel for evaluation and monitoring of projects for the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation and the Ministry of Agriculture since 2008. She was also among the consultation on agriculture biotechnology for promoting food security in developing countries and delegates. Today, she will be delivering her talk on complete rice for nutritional security.
A very good morning from London. Thank you so much to the organizing committee for having invited me for this make this plenary paper on complete rice for nutritional security and how important is to know your rice to stay healthy. Two issues that face the world are prevalence of undernourishment, which is highest in Africa and Asia, and this has increased under the shadow of COVID-19 pandemic, and it has also heightened the challenge of achieving zero hunger under the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by 2020. The other important issue is disability adjusted life years, where we spend at least 50% of our life having to endure diseases or disability. And the major contributor to this to daily is unhealthy diet, which is the highest risk. Food that is contributes to high daily is sodium and sugar sweetened foods, and food that contributes to low risk daily food is whole grains, fruits, vegetables, nuts and seeds, and seafood rich in omega-3. According to the National Health and Mobility Survey 2019 in Malaysia, we have 1 in 2 who are overweight, which is 50% of the population, of adult population, and also 1 in 2 have abdominal obesity. And this is most prevalent in females and the Indians, and generally affects people who are older, 55 years and above, for obesity and overweight, and slightly higher range, which is 60 and above, for abdominal obesity, which could be largely due to sedentary life and poor eating habits. 1 in 5 are diabetic, in Malaysia, which translates to close to 4 million people. And cholesterol is 4 in 10, high cholesterol. And hypertension is 3 in 1 due to the consumption of foods rich in sodium. And this translates to about 6.4 million people in Malaysia have hypertension. And these three major diseases are silent killers. So food plays a very important role in trying to moderate our health. Food environment basically comprises of agricultural production, market and trade systems, consumer purchasing power, and also food transformation and consumer demand. This food environment is actually the interface that mediates the acquisition of foods, and the key dimensions of food environments include food availability, accessibility, affordability, desirability, and convenience. Intervention in agriculture production can contribute to healthier food environment. Two major food crops in the world are wheat, rice, maize, and potatoes. Rice is the most important food crop of the developing world, and we have half of the world's population consuming rice as a staple food. Rice, besides being major contributor of carbohydrate intake, is also rich in nutrients, vitamins, minerals, and an excellent source of complex carbohydrate if consumed unpolished. Rice is more than just a food. Consumption and production of rice are closely tied to poverty, largely being formed by farmers, not by large corporations. And rice is a major source of income and also employment for developing nations, especially in Asia. And it has become the agent of change for societal and economic development. As for the underprivileged populations in Asia, nutritional replenishment of energy and protein comes from rice. And rice also serves as a vehicle for micronutrient fortification. Rice comes in many types, which is sold in the market based on the grainland, the fragrance, whether it's polished or not polished, colored, which is whether it's pigmented or not pigmented, or biofortified rice, and also organic rice. Rice is more than just calories from whole grain. And you can see from the graph here, brown rice satisfies or meets all the requirements for nutrient intake in terms of dietary fiber, magnesium, zinc, manganese, thiamine, and also selenium. So the only nutrient that you need to get out from other food is protein and also fat. It comes from animal sources. Okay, how do we breed for complete rice? Breeding for complete rice, there are different aspects. Normally, when we breed for new varieties of rice, the key traits that are selected for improvement are the agronomic traits, which contributes to yield and helps with in farmers having a higher income. So yield is major economic trait, which is selected in development. New varieties are developed. Also the plant type, that is the stature, the height, and also the distribution of the tillers. Early maturity rice varieties are also highly sought after to overcome rainy seasons or floods. And another trait that is very important in rice breeding is resistance to diseases and also tolerance to air stress. which can address the yield gap in terms of losses due to the diseases. As far as the consumer is concerned, grain size is important for different communities, depending on whether it's a small, big, slender, or has elongation properties. Milling ratio is also important for the millers, and also percentage of head rice. That means rice that is not broken. These are important grain quality traits to have high recovery of rice. Cooking and eating quality are also traits that are selected, which include amylose content. Amylose, which is high, makes the rice hard, whereas amylose, which is intermediate, makes the rice soft and tasty, and amylose that is low makes the rice waxy. Different communities prefer different textures of rice. Elongation ratio are also important, and also the fragrance. Besides the normal agronomic traits, grain quality traits, and also cooking quality traits, it has become imperative to breed also for health traits, and these include protein quality, micronutrient, high levels of micronutrient in the rice, including iron, zinc, beta-carotene, and B complex vitamins. Also breeding for low GI rice, high resistant starch rice, and rice that is rich in phenolic compounds and also selenium. The current approaches for breeding with the advancement in technologies include molecular breeding, which involves trait gene discovery with QTL mapping. Here, development of mapping populations are carried out using parents with contrasting traits, which allows segregation of the traits in the populations to be mapped, followed by genome-wide markers to tag the traits, and construction of linkage maps, which is then used for regression of the trait values on marker intervals. So once the markers are developed, we can use the markers for marker-assisted selection for any trait. So markers must be tightly linked to target loci. Ideally, it should be less than 5 cm from the gene or QTL, and it is generally it is better to use 2 markers rather than 1 marker for selection, which then increase the reliability for selection. So if you use flanking markers that are tightly linked to the QTL, you have a higher chance of getting the desirable trait in the breeding line. Backcrossing strategy has been adopted for incorporating genes or QTLs into mega varieties. Mega varieties are varieties that can grow in many different regions, and they are have high yield. And DNA markers can be utilized for backcrossing for greater efficiency, and which contributes to what we call as marker-assisted backcrossing. And this has been demonstrated in many mega varieties, and many traits have been improved through backcrossing strategy. This is showing you the comparison between conventional backcrossing and also marker-assisted backcrossing. Conventional backcrossing is visual selection of backcross plants that most closely resemble to the recurrent parent. This is P1. So you can see here, but the deficiency of this method is that you don't know the genomic composition. So in terms of for marker-assisted backcrossing, the background markers are used to select plants that have most of the markers and the smallest percentage of the donor genome. Because quite often the donor genome has got undesirable traits which can cause drops in yield or cause poor performance. So you can see here Here we have selected 3 lines, whereas in the marker assisted backcrossing, we have selected 1 line, which shows only the genome, the alleles or traits that have been selected from the donor parent. So this is a more superior method of producing high quality breeding lines for to be developed as varieties using marker assisted backcrossing. The other approach is actually GWAS, which involves discovery of the gene or trait through association mapping. In this approach, SNPs are used for candidate genes that have been identified, linked to specific traits like GI or high iron or high selenium. And these SNPs are then assayed in the natural and pedigreed populations to discover their linkage or whether they are tightly linked to the trait. And this is followed by statistical analysis, which is haplotype analysis, and LD or linkage disequilibrium decay analysis, and finally, the trait and the SNP correlation is carried out for genomic selection. The next slide shows you the diagrammatic representation of linkage disequilibrium, how we visualize linkage disequilibrium. So the blue circle here is the gene or allele under strong selection, and you have 2 marker loci. So this is what we want to select for. So we can select for this if the marker is tightly linked to the trait. So after many generations of crossing and selection, you can have these breeding lines, and the breeding lines that are which we categorize as being in linkage disequilibrium, showing here the gene or allele under strong selection with no segregation to the marker. So they follow exactly as this parent. Yeah. So then the population is actually in disequilibrium. Whereas here you have recombination having taken place between the allele under selection and the marker, where the recombination has taken place here. So this is not good. So we want to identify SNPs that are co-segregating with the trait. Genome association mapping has been utilized for improvement of rice for blast, bacterial blight, salt tolerance, submergence, salinity, and also submergence and salinity. So this has been produced by IRI. I would like to share with you what is complete rice. So this is a product of advanced backcrossing where we had utilized a wild rice which was crossed with a cultivated rice and backcrossed for 2 generations and then forwarded to stabilize to make the lines homogeneous. So the health benefits of this rice variety, which is locally available, is the GI is low, which helps to lower and stabilize our after meal blood glucose levels. So for this is a major health benefit of this rice. And besides that, there are other health benefits. But let us see what GI stands for. GI is actually an index. It's a ranking of carbohydrates on a scale of 0 to 100 according to the extent to which they raise the blood sugar levels after eating. So food that is high in GI, this is the blue one, and food that is low in GI. So you don't get a spike when you consume this. And the food is digested slowly, which helps to helps with the amount of blood glucose that is in the body. And we also know that low GI diets have been shown to improve both glucose and lipid levels in people with diabetes, whether it's type 1 or type 2. They also have benefits for weight control and help control appetite and delay hunger. And low GI food also reduce insulin levels and insulin resistance. The other benefits of major benefits of complete rice is the rice is rich in antioxidants because the pigment, it's pigmented, is the pigment which is anthocyanin, which is the red color in the rice, serves as a good source of antioxidant. And as we know, antioxidants are very useful to reduce the risk of cardiovascular diseases. So rice, complete rice, is unpolished rice, and it is rich in fiber, and fiber, it helps you feel satiated and also contributes to gut health and make you feel good. This rice is also rich in zinc, having inherited the traits from the wild rice. And zinc, as you know, helps to boost the immune system to our immunity to viral infections. This rice, some rices, when they are germinated or sprouted, they can be rich in GABA. So rice that is rich in GABA is also helps to help reduce stress and also anxiety. Rice, besides being low in GI, if high in resistant starch, influences the functioning and also the digestive tract, and also helps in the gut microflora to be have a more beneficial microbes in the gut. And also, rice that is rich in resistant starch helps to control blood cholesterol levels, indirectly help in glycemic index, and also assist in the control of diabetes, which is very essential for diabetes who are compromised in their insulin production.
Thank you, Professor Wiksenswari, for the inspiring sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, we will next proceed to the invited talk. We are grateful to have Associate Professor Dr. Ina Sawani Muhammad Yassin from University Putra, Malaysia with us today. Associate Professor Dr. Ina Sawani Muhammad Yassin started her academic career in Department of Aquaculture, Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra, Malaysia in 2009, and is currently the head of Laboratory of Aquatic Animal Health and Therapeutics, Institute Bioscience, UPM. She has keen interest in molecular aquaculture, biotechnology in fish health management, and fish diseases. Currently, her research focuses on molecular diagnostic and vaccine development for important bacterial diseases in aquaculture, such as vibrosis, streptococcosis, and motile aeromonad septicemia in aquaculture. These include whole cells kill vaccine, recombinant proteins, DNA, and live attenuated vaccines. She has successfully published and co-authored more than 85 journal articles and several book chapters. She has participated in more than 50 international and national conferences, seminars, and workshops. Currently, she and her research team has successfully patented a feed-based vaccine against vibrosis. The development of effective fish vaccines and diagnostic will enable the aquaculture industry to use vaccination routinely in the future. Associate Professor Dr. Ina Sawani will be delivering her talk on the protease deletion mutant of Vibrio havayi as a live attenuated vaccine against vibriosis for farm marine fish, efficacy and safety. Professor Ina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Can I share screen?
Yeah, sure.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, my name is Ina Salwani. I'm from Department of Aquaculture, and I'm currently head of laboratory, Aquatic Animal Health and Genetics Institute of Bioscience in UPM. So I would like to present my research entitled "The Protease Deletion Mutant of Vibrio havayi as a live vaccine against vibriosis for farm marine fish," which is I will discuss on the efficacy and also the safety. All right. Next. All right, so outlines of my presentation today, I will cover on what is vibriosis, and then a brief information on the vaccination, and also in terms of live attenuated in development, safety, and also the efficacy. All right, so as introduction, aquaculture, basically the cultivation of aquatic animals such as finfish, shellfish, aquatic plants for recreational and commercial purposes. However, in a research study, basically in aquaculture production, we focus on the growth of enhancement, control of reproduction, genetic characterization, control of disease, and also to improve a wide variety of products for marine organisms into the pharmaceutical products, right? And then in here, I will highlight on the the cultured group of species. This is a part of the marine culture. In marine aquaculture in Malaysia, we have 3,500 farmers that are working on it with a total production of 121,000 tons per year. So basically we have a tiger grouper, giant grouper, potato grouper, and hybrid grouper, which is a crossbreed between the female tiger and also male giant grouper. So basically this grouper is a high economic value, tastes good, have faster growth, and then also highly demanded and marketed globally, especially Hong Kong, Taiwan, with very a good price. Yeah. All right, but then in the aquaculture production in 2014, 2019, we can see the production is slightly decreased. Somehow it's not in a good production because of the insufficient local seed production, and somehow it's a low survival rate. And because of the intensive aquaculture farming, of course, they have epidemic disease that caused by bacteria, virus, or parasitic pathogens. And one of that is a very serious and important bacterial disease they call as a vibriosis, which is came out with a 68% outbreak that occurred in marine fish that affects all the growth stages that can up to the 50% mortality. And then we studied the prevalence and occurrence of the vibrios in Peninsular Malaysia for 3 years study. In a Perak, the sea fish culture in Pulau Langkawi, Pulau Ketam, in Kota Baru, Terengganu, Pulau Pinang, and then we observe, we examine, and we isolate. We study the occurrence of this vibrio in the groupers, and then for the healthy, we observe that stay at the bottom, stay in the group, very feed aggressively, but somehow for the unhealthy grouper, we can see them as isolate themselves from their group, abnormal swimming, swim the water surface, loss of appetite, and also lethargic. And then this one is based on the hybrid grouper and also for the green grouper. And then from 193 out of 270, which is 71% of grouper, shows the external clinical appearances when we did the in situ examination, which is lesion, ulcer on the body fins, pale skin, scoliosis, ulcer on the operculum, corneal opacity, and ulcer and root of caudal and anal fins. And when we did the after we dissect, and 60% of grouper shows the internal clinical appearances of the bacterial infections, just as a pale liver, ruptured liver, large spleen, and you can see the excessive of the fluid in the body cavity. And then we have a collaboration with the University of Hokkaido in, the Vibrio diversity using a phylogenetic marker, which is PORH gene. And then we found out that in Malaysia, we have 83% based on the Habeyi clade, which is more to Vibrio avance, Vibrio campbelli, rotiferius, Habeyi, Paramaticus, Vibrio geneticus, and then 14% of Vibrio vulpicus, 2% of the Fulvoides and Vibrio funivici. All right, and then from there we can see that we have two different groupers, which is in the groupers, isolates in the groupers. And we publish two on the prevalence of the group species and also studied in terms of the antimicrobial and plasmid profiling. So for the treatment of this disease, basically the farmers tend to use the antibiotics, all right, which is, we know that antibiotics can develop a microbial resistance of the pathogens. And then also this is regarding problems in food safety. Basically FAO 2020 stated that oxytetracycline samples have been banned in some countries. And then vaccination is considered as effective strategy in preventing disease problems. It can reduce the mortality. However, vaccine against vibrosis, as you can see in the table, have a limited cover protection. Basically, commercialized Vibrio, which is, let's say, Aquavac Vibrio, they consist of Vibrio anguarium, which is different serotypes that what we isolated in Malaysia. So we can say that this vaccine is still under development and unavailable for the aquaculture industry. So fish vaccination, what is the aim of fish vaccination? Basically to induce long-term immunity by stimulating the memory component of these specific immune systems and to control and protect against disease. But still, there is no vaccine available and some existing vaccines do not perform well, as I mentioned earlier, which is we have a different, which is species-specific vaccine. And then when we talk about that vaccine, they have several points to emphasize, which is the ideal vaccine must be safe, cost effectiveness, long-term protection, serotypic, which is a genetic variation of the pathogens, time to vaccinate when the fish is the most susceptible to the disease, and also the incorporation of the adjuvant, where this adjuvant is very important to enhance the potency of the immune response, and also route of administration, is it by injection, orally, or immersion. So basically, this is some of the info on the oral vaccine, where it's easy to administer and causes no stress to the fish, and then it's suitable for the grown fish. But then the problem is that how to avoid vaccine instruction in the foregut, which is now researchers still improve in terms of this statement. All right, and also we have immersion vaccination, which is immersed for short duration in highly concentrated vaccine, and is widely used for fry, and also for injection vaccination, direct delivery of a small volume, and then with the correct dose. But somehow it's okay for the broodstock, but it's a cost. How about the time and also skill labor in doing the injection vaccination? All right, and also we have different types in a fish vaccine formulation. We have inactivate whole cell, which is consists of the heat, chemicals, kill pathogens. We have a subunit based on the specific protein of microorganisms, and it must be antigenic. Live attenuated, live mimic to the natural pathogens but non-pathogenic. And also we have the new vaccine, which is based on the immunized with immunogen expressing plasmid. Right, and then now we move to the development of live attenuated Vibrio vaccine. So basically, we developed this starting on the 2018, where we concentrated on the secretory enzyme, which is protease. It's a part of the important virulent factors during the infection. And in previous study, they came out with a recombinant vaccine of the protease that induce strong protective immunity against, Itarda and Vibrio Habeyi. And also in Amira et al., which is in our previous work, we choose the Vibrio hawaiii from the isolates what we have, because it's demonstrated across immunoprotection against Vibrio automaticus and Vibrio hermeticus. And then we use this Vibrio hawaiii as a live vaccine. We know that live attenuated is alive and has the capability to colonize without causing disease, and is able to stimulate the longer lasting antibody, which is here we delete of the catalytic sites of the serine protease gene, and then to knock down the function of the folding proteins to eliminate the activity of these virulence proteins by using a technique of site-directed mutagenesis, transposon recombination, and also allelic exchange replacement. And then this one has been done on one of my PhD student, which is Asliza, in 2018. And then we study on the safety and also pathogenicity, where we immunize the two groups of which is attenuated bacteria, Vibrio hawaiii, and also wild type of Vibrio hawaiii with 3 different dosage. 10^5, 10^7, and 10^9. And then after 14 days, we observed for the mortalities and gross clinical signs. And we found out that for the attenuated bacteria, we have 100% survival as compared to the wild type, where 10^7 came out with 56.7 mortality rate and 100% when we injected with a 10^9. And then when we perform the PCR to check the to check the presence of the attenuated, we check that all the bacteria is shedding off the attenuated strains after 2 weeks post-infection, where we can conclude that it's suitable to be applied in hatchery facilities. All right, and this is the gross morphology and clinical signs of the experimental fish, where we inject with a PBS as control, injected with attenuated strains. There is no clinical signs appeared as compared to the fish injected with Vibrio hawaiii wild type. Skin lesions and white depigmentation of the skin. We can see the hemorrhage and on the ventral abdominal pelvic area and operculum, and also corneal opacity and dark depigmentation of the skin. And also when we did the postmortem and internal cross lesion as compared to healthy fish, we can see that we can observe here that internal organs that injected with Vibrio hawaiii, hemorrhage and unspecified with the damage of the organ fragile with a pelvis as compared to the attenuated just came out with a skin enlargement. And also we perform the transcriptome analysis, following the vaccination with attenuated Vibrio hawaiii, where we inject with a 10^5 attenuated strains in week 0, and then we challenge at week 4. And then after that, we perform the NGS after 36 hours post-infection. And then the results of the transcriptome profiling shows that stimulation of innate adaptive immunity of the vaccinated fish that induce 3 key mediators of immune response pathway, coagulation and complement of cascade pathway, autophagosome pathway, and we also observe the adaptive immunity in antigen processing and presentation pathway. Right, and also we also proceed with the efficacy of bath vaccination, which is immersion of live attenuated in Asian sea bass fingerling, which is carried out by my master student Yong Kit Chin. And then we immerse. We did the bath vaccination in first in 0 day, 14 day of second vaccination, and 28 we challenge with a wild type of Vibrio hawaiii, and we calculate for the RPS. And from there also we study on early response on bacterial load, gene expression, and histopathology. And we found out that higher immune gene expression stimulates innate and immunity in the mucosal and internal organs by qPCR study. And also when we vaccine with the live attenuated as compared to control, we can see that significantly high rate of survival, 70% of the fingerlings after challenge after 28 days here. And then of course we check and we determine the live attenuated, and then this attenuated bacteria survive for 24 hours, then there is no revert back to the pathogen. And then also the conclusion is that we can say that live attenuated can use as a vaccine candidate to protect seabass fingerlings against vibrosis infection. And then also scenario in the aquaculture hatchery, we know that high mortality during early stages because of lack of immune competence in early stages. And also alternative is that we can improve larvae survival through the vaccination of the broodstock, which is we consider as a maternal immunity. We can increase the immunity in the offspring and enhance the survival rate of offspring. So this is carried out by my PhD student, Sophie. And then here we assess two objectives in terms of immune parameters in broodstock following vaccination of live attenuated. At the same time, we want to determine the efficacy of maternal immunity in larvae from the broodstock administered with the vaccine. And here we use a zebrafish as our preliminary model before we go to the real host. Yeah? And zebrafish, we know that's very versatile host that can be used as a model to study not only the vaccine, but also the disease in bacterial, in parasite study, and also in the virus. All right. And then the question is that, is there enough protection to the offspring when we inject from the broodstock, right? And then little report for the effects of live attenuated vaccination of broodstock on the innate immune cells development of the offspring. So here we design based on the fresh live attenuated, stale, and also freeze dry, because we want to, represent the supplies of the vaccine and its transportation in the three different derivatives. And then we want to see that if, let's say, we inject the live attenuated for the broodstock, is there enough to protect the offspring, right? So this is the vaccination timeline, where we perform the injection vaccination to the broodstock at week 0, week 2, and week 5. Okay, this and then followed by to perform the larvae, and also after that, when they reach to 28 days, we perform the immersion vaccination at week 10, and then through the vaccination timeline, we use ELISA to highlight the antibodies detection. Okay, and then here, this is the cross of antibody production. This is the capability of live attenuated. In confer the maternal immunity, we can see that one, we perform the initial vaccination on week 0, first booster, and then second booster on week 5. We consider constant increase in antibody level for initial vaccination on week 0 continuously throughout the second and third booster vaccination on week 2 and week 5. And also when we perform the ELISA on embryo larvae, and we can see that vaccinated offspring decrease after the eggs, but then somehow continuous throughout the larval stage and early at the juvenile. And then we know that we have to perform the initial vaccination, revaccinate by immersion for the vaccinated fry with a 10 power of 7 here, which is in here. And then after that, we try to, we challenge here, because we want to see that once they have the antibody level from the mother, from the broodstock, and after that we re-immerse the vaccination with 10 power of 7 here. And then after that we can see that the larvae immunized with the broodstock, and then re-immerse with the immersion of the live attenuated. We can see that the fresh and stale, they come up with a 76% of the survival rate when challenged with Vibrio aldronticus. Freeze dry here, challenged with Vibrio paramaticus, 76%. And also here, 78% with the stale. So vaccinated offspring was believed to have a better anti-pathogen ability. And also this is in line with the study by Ming et al. 2014 stated that recent research has proved that vaccinated turbot with live Vibrio angularium could strengthen the maternal transfer of some immune factors in gene and protein level. All right, and then as a conclusion, because we study the safety, the efficacy, we can see that the use of live vaccine on a broodstock and larvae may be strategy to reduce mortality in marine fish by virus infection. And after that, when they reach to the fry, then we can do the immersion vaccinated. So future prospect of having a complete fish life cycle to be fully protected by vaccination is a very important strategy. Which is starting with the vaccination of the broodstock can be considered a promising method for stimulated larval development and improved juvenile quality, which is one of the main bottlenecks for developing a valuable fish farming industry. And then, whatever it is, vaccine is not the final solution. As we know, that it's a control and also protect, but then good husbandry and water quality are important, crucial. And also, as a farmers, we need to improve the biosecurity and diagnostics. And then also at the same time, we can also use the alternative to vaccines, such as immunostimulants in diets, and then application of the probiotics and so on. All right, I would like to acknowledge the ICOE, the FRGS, the RGS, and also university funding to carry out this research study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ina, for the wonderful sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break and we shall return and begin our oral presentation session at 11:20 a.m.
Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise, with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise, with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the presentation session on agriculture and aquaculture biotechnology and molecular biology. Without further ado, we will now proceed to our oral presentation session for today. Before we begin the oral presentation, please allow me to give a brief administrative announcement to all the presenters. You will be given 10 minutes for the presentation. I will give you the reminder notice at the end of the 8 minutes. So you are expecting to wrap up the session in 2 minutes. I will interrupt your presentation if you have exceeded 10 minutes. Lastly, kindly remain in the hall for the question and answer session at the end of the oral presentation session. Audiences and participants, if you have any questions for our presenters, you may post it into the chat box. Remember to note down that your question is to address to which speaker. During the Q&A session, selected questions will be asked to the respective speakers. We will now have the first oral presenter, Dr. Low Chen Fei from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dr. Low will be presenting his research on in silico modeling of DNA aptamer and its potential anti-quorum sensing properties.
Hi, good day everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for this opportunity to present one of our research on in silico modeling of anti-current sensing DNA aptamers. A brief introduction about aptamers. Aptamers are functional oligonucleic acids that bind to specific target with high affinity. They have been shown to demonstrate unique advantages as chemical antibodies for many applications in biomedicine and biotechnology, as they are non-immunogenic and possess high penetration rate, and they can be developed against unlimited targets. In terms of aptamer's production, the aptamer molecule is thermostable and it has less batch-to-batch variation because of the molecules are sequence specific. And most importantly, the production of aptamer molecules is fast and cost-effective. So in this study, we try to develop single-stranded DNA aptamer as the potential prophylactic or therapeutic agent against the early mortality syndrome that has been affecting the shrimp aquaculture across several countries. The disease is also known as acute hepatopancreatic necrosis disease, in short AHPND. According to the World Organization for Animal Health, the Manual of Diagnostic Tests for Aquatic Animals, there is no applicable vaccination, chemotherapy, or blocking agent against AHPND. The diseased shrimp presented clinical observations that include pale and atrophied hepatopancreas and empty stomach and gut. Vibrio parahemolyticus has been identified as the culprit of AHPND, where the infection could cause up to 100% mortality. The secretion of soluble toxins and also the involvement of type 3 and type 6 secretion systems are known to be related to the pathogenicity of this Vibrio. So downregulation of the virulence gene's expression in the AHPND causing Vibrio parahemolyticus is proposed as the mitigation strategies to control the disease. And this strategy is feasible due to the fact that the pathogenic behaviors of the bacteria is coordinated by quarent sensing, which is a bacteria cell-to-cell communication cascade that involves chemical signaling molecule known as the autoinducer. The quarent sensing cascade is cell density dependent, where the autoinducer concentration increase at high cell density and subsequently leads to the expression of genes that are regulated by the quarent sensing. So our target is the LuxP receptor protein, which is a periplasmic protein that involved in sensing the autoinducer 2 in this Vibrio species. Upon sensing the autoinducer 2, the quarent sensing cascade undergoes a series of dephosphorylation leading to the expression of LuxR as the master regulator that controls the pathogenicity of the bacteria. So through in silico approach, we establish an aptamer library and perform molecular docking against the LuxP receptor protein using Autodoc Vina. And we have successfully shortlisted 6 aptamer candidates that possess lowest binding energy. And subsequently, the aptamer protein complex was further analyzed through molecular dynamic simulation using GROMACS to examine the protein and the protein aptamer complex's stability. And then we calculated the binding free energy using molecular mechanics Poisson-Boltzmann surface area approach. All 6 complexes shown different fluctuation profile across 50 nanoseconds of the simulation time, but the RMSD is within the acceptable stable range. And we also observed different numbers of hydrogen bond formation across the simulation time for each of the complexes. And among these 6 complexes, VPL900 recorded the lowest binding free energy that was calculated using MMPBSA approach, but all other candidates recorded binding energy lower than minus 250 kJ per mole. Next, we use the isothermal titration calorimetry to verify the in silico analysis. The nano-ITC is able to record sudden heat changes upon the protein-aptamer interaction. So in order to conduct ITC assay, Recombinant LuxP receptor protein of Vibrio paramyliticus was obtained by cloning the gene into PET28B plasmid, and this plasmid was then transformed into E. coli BL21 expression host for the recombinant protein expression. The expressed recombinant LuxP receptor protein was then purified from the E. coli host, and the purified recombinant LuxP receptor protein is approximately 41 kilodalton in molecular weight as visualized in the jar. And then peptide sequencing confirmed the purified protein as the autoinducer 2 binding periplasmic protein, which is the LuxP of Vibrio paramyliticus, where the alignment of the sequence peptides shown 76.4% coverage of the LuxP reference sequence. Then prior to ITC, we have modified the aptamer candidates by adding GC complement sequence at the 5' and 3' ends to form a short hairpin structured aptamer. Out of the 6 candidates, only VPL130 and VPL300 showed a significant binding affinity where the dissociation constants were recorded at 0.5 micromolar for VPL130 and 0.2 micromolar for VPL300. However, a decreased entropy is recorded for both the aptamer candidates, and this may be dominantly caused by the decreased conformational entropy in the bound state. This is because differences in protein conformational fluctuation between the free protein and ligand-bound states would contribute to the entropy of ligand binding. It is known that the LuxP receptor protein will undergo major conformational changes upon ligand binding, as you can see from the protein structure comparing between the holo and apo structure of the LuxP. And lastly, our preliminary assay showed that upon treatment of the VPL130 and VPL300 aptamer candidates, a significant reduction in bioluminescence of the model organism is recorded, in which the bioluminescence is regulated through the current sensing cascade. The reduction in relative light unit upon treatment of the aptamer candidates showed that the anti-current sensing activity of these aptamers is dose-dependent. So in conclusion, 2 potential anti-current sensing aptamers have been selected through in silico modeling approach to target LuxP receptor protein. And preliminary in vitro assay has demonstrated significant reduction in bioluminescence of Vibrio upon aptamer treatment in a dose-dependent manner. And we are currently examining the anti-current sensing activity of these aptamers in suppressing the targeted virulence genes expression. And this study is supported by the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, and in collaboration with UPM, which the study is funded by the International Development Research Centre Canada. And I would also like to acknowledge the research team for their contributions to the study. And with that, I end my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Loh, for your presentation. Next presentation is from Dr. Chow Min Chong from University Putra Malaysia. He will be presenting on toxicity evaluation, non-specific innate immune response, and disease resistance of red hybrid tilapia against Streptococcus agalactiae using Terminalia subpetulata leaf extract.
Good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Dr. Cho.
Okay. I'm John. I represent my team to present oral presentation titled Toxicity Evaluations, Non-Specific Innate Immune Response and Disease Resistance of Red Hybrid Tilapia against Streptococcus agalactiae using Terminalia subpetulata leaf extract. So I would like to start with introductions. Tilapia has been called as aquatic chickens because they are listed as the second most important freshwater fish after common carp. with annual production more than 3.5 million. But recent years, the industry has been hampered by the spreading of the diseases, new diseases like TILVs, and reoccurrence of existing diseases such as streptococcus have been affected the industry. About 7.5 lost productions have been recorded in Thailand due to streptococcus alone. So there's many ways have been proposed to overcome the disease. So for example, using antibiotics, probiotics, as well as vaccinations. However, all these measures have their own limitations. For example, antibiotics, they'll cause antibiotic resistance. Probiotics, they are very dependent on species and is a prophylactics and more towards bacteria. For vaccinations, fish is a polychelotomic organisms. Their antibody productions is very much affected by the abiotics conditions. So even those well vaccinated fish, they can produce poor antibodies when the environment is not optimum. So alternatively, phytotherapeutics have been proposed by using herbs. Can be whole plants or part of plants can be used them as a feed additive or using extractions to be incorporated into the feeds. The herbs have been reported to promote growth of the fish, antimicrobial properties, and also to stimulate the immune response. So this kind of treatment has been known as phytotherapeutics. And for Terminalia plants, for this genus, Terminalia catappa is commonly applied by farmers, locally known as daun ketapan, because they have been shown to have anti-cancer, antioxidants, and immunostimulant properties due to their rich varieties of phytochemicals. So the problem statement here is when we would like to characterize Terminalia subpatulata, we realize that the metabolites profile are very similar to catappa. So we wonder whether can they being applied in aquaculture just like catappa, because catappa have been applied especially in ornamental aquacultures. However, there's no studies reports from subpatulata, so we'd like to test it out. So this derive our problem statements and hypothesis. Our hypothesis will be now hypothesis will be there's no effects when the fish administered with Terminalia subpatulata on their disease resistance and immunity. Alternative hypothesis will be vice versa. Objective wise, we like to know how high the concentration can go when we orally administrated the fish before we see like toxicity being observed, and we like to know their non-specific innate immune response upon oral administrations of our herbs. So a little bit background to save times. I just would like to brief you about Terminalia plants. It's actually a genus of 250 species, and then it's being recorded with medicinal values, especially in humans. And in Southeast Asia, the greatest genetic diversity have been recorded. For subpatulata, it's very unexposed. And in our previous study, we realized that they are very similar to catappa. So we would like to test whether can we apply Terminalia subpatulatas in aquaculture. Methodology-wise, to answer the two objectives, first we would like to test what is the toxicity levels. So we have different concentration of the extracts orally administered to the fish to check their toxicities. Immune stimulants assay-wise, after we conducted the toxicity, we found out which concentration are safe for the fish. We use them to administrate the fish and divide them into few groups. So one will be directly undergo bacteria children 7 days after the herbs immunization. Another group will be undergo immune assay without being affected by the bacteria challenge. We like to know whether how can they boosted the host immunity. So the result wise, let's focus on the toxicities. So the blood parameter here, the hematology of fish is non-significant across different concentrations, up to very concentrated 500 milligrams per kg. There's no changes in terms of hematologies. And in terms of biochemistry, there's no changes. This is actually a good sign because the deviations of the biochemistry might be the indicator of liver damage. So far so good. But we like to test further. There's in terms of biochemistry and hematology, there's no alterations. What about the histologies? For histology wise, we did not observe any histological alterations for the lamina, the gills, and also for the heart. But however, we start to observe in the kidney of the fish treated with the concentrations higher than 125 above, they start to record the degenerations of the renal corpuscles, and also we can see that the white blood cells start to infiltrate across the kidney. And for the liver, we also see the necrosis formations and the congestions of the blood cells in the hepatic portal veins. So we count occurrence per observations, and this is the summary. So although there's no changes in the biochemistry, although there's no changes in terms of survival rates or hematologies, but we still see some minor damage when we use 125 milligram and above. So I think the safe concentration will be lower than 125, although there's no significant in terms of survivals. So we do the immune assays and we observe for single oral immunization, and we sample 1 week, 2 weeks, and 4 weeks. So immunoassay wise, there's no significant in terms of complement assay and also lysozyme assay. However, for innate immune response such as respiratory burst and lysozymes, even a single administrations, we can see the difference in terms of these immune assays. So a phytotherapeutic compound should be safe for animals, which in this case 31.25 milligrams per kg or 62.5 milligrams per kg is safe in terms of what we assess the parameter, and is still able to modulate the immune status. So another parallel experiment.
Sorry, Dr. Chang, you still have 2 minutes, yes.
Sure, thanks. Okay, so another parallel experiments when we do the feeding and then we challenge with vivios, we realize that the significant reduce in mortality have been observed. So I'm going to skip this one. Because there's a good observation in Ologawas, we proceed in pellet making. So we after we've used a sub concentration, the safe concentration, and feed for 6 weeks, and then there's a improvement in phagocytosis assay as well as lymphoproliferation assay, and this assay is to antivirus, especially PHA stimulated assays. So I would like to conclude. Sorry for the times. So in conclusions, orally administered Termina saturata is safe if you administrate lower than 125 milligram per kg of fish, and their single feeding can have the immune stimulants, and if you use 7-week feedings, you can observe very good innate as well as adaptive immune stimulant properties. Right. Okay. And with that, I would like to thank and end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chang, for your presentation. The third oral presentation for today is by Ms. Nur Farahin Ishak from the University Malaysia Terengganu. She will be sharing her research on multiple epitope vaccine design against grouper iridovirus using immunobioinformatics and structural analysis.
Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good day, everyone. My name is Nur Farahin binti Ishaq, and I'm from University Malaysia Terengganu. We'll be presenting my research title, Multi-Epitope Vaccine Design Against Grouper Iridovirus using Immunobioinformatics and Structural Analysis. First of all, what is grouper? As we all know that grouper is one of mariculture fish species and has high demand in Malaysia and other Southeast Asia countries. What about grouper iridovirus? This virus is a major viral pathogen that causes serious systematic disease with more than 90% of mortality. Very high, right? And unfortunately, it threatens the sustainability of grouper aquaculture because it has been emerging not only in Malaysia, but also in other Asian countries like China, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and Indonesia. So we need effective strategy to control grouper iridovirus infection. One of the strategy is reverse vaccinology using immunobioinformatic methods. This method not only predicts the potential of a viral disease vaccine in more cost-effective and time-saving manner, but it also eliminates unwanted immune response. The present study can be used to enhance the understanding of virus mechanism and will provide valuable information for vaccine development against GIV disease. Today, I would like to share how to design multi-epitope vaccine against grouper iridovirus using immunobioinformatics and structural analysis. So we can divide into 5 phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and phase 5. Look into the grouper iridovirus target protein and potential vaccine for objective 1. Proteome data from grouper iridovirus GIV was obtained from the National Center for Biotechnology Information and NCBI database. 6 non-redundant major capsid proteins were chosen from 126 proteins as the targeted protein because of their extracellular location and functional as viral capsid. Analyze immunogenicity and design multi-epitope vaccine for objective 2. 113 MSC1 binding epitopes were predicted by the NET MSC1 service. MSC1 epitope with high binding strength were chosen. 151 MSC2 binding epitopes were predicted by the NET MSC2 server. We choose 62 MSC2 epitopes with strong binding affinity. Antigen, non-allergen, non-toxic epitope were predicted for 17 CTL, 12 HTL, and 20 B cells epitope. The epitope for the multi-epitope vaccine MEV will be chosen based on the following criteria: 100% conserved, overlapping, highly immunogenic, non-allergic, non-toxic, and have strong binding affinity with MSC alleles. As a result, not only CTL, HTL, and BCL epitope that pass all the 6 above parameters will be chosen to construct GIV and NEV. Sequence will be aligned and overlap for selection. The immunogenicity and development of multi-epitope vaccines in final selected epitope from grouper iridovirus. Antigenic protein used to design MEV construct predict 5 CTL, 3 HTL, and 2 B-cell epitopes. For cytochemical properties, Three types of linker were applied to predict the 3D structure. V1 with no linker was used on the protein sequence, as you can see here. V2 with GGS linker. V3 with EAAK linker. And lastly, V4, EAAK linker was used to join the adjuvant and CTL epitope, AAY for CTL epitope, and GPG for HTL and BCL epitope. All the models were subjected to molecular dynamic simulation for 10NS to compare the stability. From the RMSD graph, we can see that V2 is stable compared to other construct models. Therefore, based on the prediction of vaccine antigenicity, allergenicity, toxicity, psychochemical properties, and MD simulation, we choose V2 because it is highly immunogenic, non-allergic, and non-toxic and stable. And lastly, understanding this mechanism will help the development of vaccine against the HIV disease. By increasing our understanding of virus mechanism, vaccine target interaction analysis can be used to improve GIV diagnostic and GIV design. The current study could be expanded to include other pathogenic fish disease. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nur Farahin, for your presentation.
Welcome.
Once again, a gentle reminder to the audiences who have joined this session late. If you have any questions from our presenters, you may post them to the chat box. And remember to note down your question is to address to which speaker. Selected question will be asked to the respective speaker during the Q&A session. Thank you. Next presentation is from Mr. Ratana Sambah Lee from Quest International University, Malaysia. He will be sharing his research title on the effect of proline on rice root architecture under phosphorus deficiency and SNPs for piling of proline biosynthesis genes and selected phosphate transporter genes.
Good morning. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sam from Quest International University. I would like to introduce my project, which is the effects of proline on rice root architecture under the phosphorus deficiency and the SNP profiling of proline biosynthesis and selected phosphate transporter genes. These are the contents I'd like to go over in this session. So let's begin with the introduction of our key topics. So rice is a staple crop in many parts of the world. It is grown on different types of soils and in different conditions. Now, nutrient deficiency, phosphorus in particular, is a major abiotic stress that affects cultivation due to its strong fixation to soil particles. Now, P deficiency in rice causes stunted growth, reduced root density and biomass up to 30%. In stress conditions, the plants will remobilize P from mature parts towards the roots in order to enhance the P uptake. This increases the root growth, such as the root numbers, root length, and density in order to maximize the soil exploration. So the uptake of inorganic P is done through special transporters in the roots that are known as the PHTs. There are currently 13 known PHTs within the PHT1 gene family. So we will take a look at the inducible PHTs within this study. PHT12 translocate any stored PI in the plants. PHT16 is involved in PI uptake and the translocation. PHT19 and 110 is highly similar and it is reported as redundantly involved in the PI uptake. So proline is a multifunctional amino acid that can be an osmolyte antioxidant, or even as a signaling molecule to various types of stress. The accumulation of protein in plants as a stress response can reach up to 30% of the amino acid pool in comparison to the normal 5%. Now, this serves to signal the development of tissues and to regulate root growth. So the biosynthesis of proline is important to maintain the root elongation due to its role as a stress signaling molecule to induce stress responses. So proline synthesis can occur in either the cytosol or in the chloroplast. Proline is synthesized from glutamate through two key enzymes, which is pyrroline 5 carboxylate synthetase 1 and 2, or P5CS, and pyrroline 5 carboxylate reductase, or P5CR. Now, single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs, are the most common types of genetic diversity between genomes. SNPs can cause many changes. It can alter the gene functions, the phenotypic changes, and even the amino acid sequence. So let's summarize the problem. P uptake efficiency is influenced by the root system. So the larger roots can uptake more inorganic P. Therefore, large roots are necessary under P deficient conditions. Now, previous studies have shown that proline application enhances the overall growth in rice, but how does it affect the roots in particular? Now, the existence of SNPs within the coding regions of proline biosynthesis genes and the PHT genes can cause synonymous or non-synonymous substitutions and affect the rice plants during P deficient conditions. So with that in mind, our research was conducted to examine the changes in root architecture as a result of proline application, and also to perform the SNP mining analysis and mapping on the biosynthesis and the PHT genes respectively. So to complete our objectives, like indica rice MR269 was germinated in vitro for 7 days before the shoot apices were excised and cultured in normal and P deficient conditions, both with and without proline treatment for 30 days. Afterwards, the root samples were collected for examination. For our SNP study, the gene IDs for target genes were retrieved from journals and online databases. SNP data were retrieved from the RICE SNP-seq database, and the synonymous and non-synonymous SNPs were mapped on each gene. Now, the application of proline to rice results in highly branched root systems regardless of the availability of P. Now, significant differences in the root architecture could be observed as early as 14 days. Some of the notable changes between plants with proline and without proline are the root elongation, root size, and the number of primary and lateral roots. Samples not treated with proline have longer roots in all P conditions. However, the size of the root systems in plants with proline are larger in comparison, which allows plants to maximize the soil exploration for nutrient uptake. With proline, the plants produce larger and thicker primary and lateral roots at all levels. So plants treated with proline in normal and P deficient conditions have higher numbers of primary roots compared to the non-treated plants. For lateral numbers, there are little differences in the numbers for non-treated plants. However, proline-treated plants showed a decrease in lateral root numbers during P deficient conditions. For our second objective, Table 2 here summarizes the information such as the size and the location of the proline biosynthesis genes and the phosphate transporter genes on our rice chromosomes. There are 56 SNPs which are distributed throughout the P5CS1 gene. The majority are located within the intron region, or the blue domains in this figure. As all these SNPs are synonymous, it is unlikely that the functions of the protein is affected. There are 2 non-synonymous and 27 synonymous SNPs within the P5CS2 gene. In exon 15, the base substitution has altered the amino acid from ASP to ASN. And in exon 16, arginine is changed to cysteine instead. Well, similar to P5CS2, there are 2 non-synonymous and 25 synonymous SNPs, even though the size of P5CR is twice as small as P5CS. The 2 non-synonymous SNPs that can be found within exon 4 and the 3' UTR region of this gene, while the majority of the synonymous SNPs are located within the intron regions. So the majority of SNPs in the protein biosynthesis genes are found in the intronic regions. So intronic SNPs can either inhibit or alter the binding sites of the transcription factors. It can also affect the transcription levels and even disrupt the tissue specificity. For our RISE transporter genes, both PHD12 and 16 are less than 2 kb in size. There are no introns in these genes. So, and there are only 3 SNPs within OS PHD12. In PHD16, 3 out of 4 SNPs are non-synonymous SNPs and causes the amino acid changes as seen here in this figure.
Sorry, Mr. Lee, you still have 2 minutes to go.
Okay. Now PHD110 is larger in comparison, so multiple amino acid changes can be observed in this gene. 4 and 6 non-synonymous SNPs are located within exon 1 and exon 2 respectively. There are also more than 50 synonymous SNPs, 80% of which are located within the intron regions. Now, the abundance of SNPs could be a possible explanation for the redundant role of this transporter in the uptake of PI and its translocation as well. So in conclusion, the application of proline improves the primary root size and numbers and increases the thickness and the length of the lateral roots in P deficient rice. However, the length of the primary roots are also reduced. So the SNP mining has revealed the synonymous and non-synonymous SNPs in both our target genes respectively. And a special thanks to the Ministry of Higher Education for supporting our research. That is all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next presenter is Ms. Noor Faiza Jamaluddin from Malaysian Palm Oil Board. She will be presenting her research on efficient targeted gene editing in oil palm using CRISPR-Cas9 system.
Okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to the fellow researchers. My name is Noor Faiza binti Jamaluddin from Malaysian Palm Oil Board. I'm going to present a part of the research called entitled Efficient Targeted Gene Editing in Oil Palm using CRISPR-Cas9 system. So as you all know that oil palm is the most efficient oil-bearing crop in the world with 17.37 million tons of export in the year 2020. So in order to ensure that oil palm remain resilient to the industry, we need to introduce new planting materials for the breeding program and also in vitro propagations of the edit lines. So on 2013, MPOB has published the whole genome sequence of oil palm. So thus it has made it possible for us to use CRISPR-Cas9 to precisely target any gene of interest with high specificity. Why oil palm genome editing using CRISPR-Cas9? Because we want to go beyond what conventional breeding can offer by using this genetic engineering approach. So the development of CRISPR-Cas9 genome editing platform is necessary in order to confirm the applicability of CRISPR-Cas9 in oil palm and also to identify the potential application of this technology in oil palm. So CRISPR-Cas9 mechanism, briefly, CRISPR-Cas9 system is a versatile method for genome editing that allows numerous genes to be targeted and edited using guide RNAs. So the instruction in this method is based on the double-strand break led by the CRISPR RNA transcript. So following the targeted DNA break, there will be 2 pathways. that will be activated. The first one is homology directed repair pathway, and another one is the homologous end joint pathway. So for the homology directed repair pathway, it requires a template DNA to repair DNA and produce a DNA that is exactly like the template, the provided template. For the NHEJ pathway, it is an error-prone process that will cause the knockout of the gene. So for this study, we focus on the application of the non-homologous end joining pathway. So these are the CRISPR-Cas9 workflow. The workflow is divided into 5 stages. The first one is designing the gRNAs and then testing the gRNA efficiency by using in vitro cleavage assay. The third one is to construct the CRISPR-Cas9 vectors by using Gibson assembly method and then deliver this construct into the all-palm protoplast by using PAT-mediated transformation. And finally, to screen for the possible mutation by using interference of CRISPR-edit I software. So we selected all-palm PDS gene because this gene has been used as proof of concept demonstration in many crop species, including rice, wheat, cassava, sorghum, and many more. So the silencing of this gene will cause albinism, thus enable us to monitor the mutation and inheritance patterns in the genotype and phenotype as well. So the EGPDS gene sequence was obtained from the all-palm EG5 database, and it is confirmed as a single copy gene like many other monocoid crops. And this gene is consists of 14 exons and 13 introns. And since our objective is to knock out the gene, any target sequence at the introns or the 3' end of the coding sequence were avoided because gene disruption in this version may have little or no impact on the gene function. So the first step is to design the gRNA. So the coding sequence of the all-palm PDS gene was analyzed and submitted using the online tool CRISPR-G to find the possible CRISPR-Cas9 target sites within the coding sequence. So the gRNAs were designed based on the optimal parameters as published before by Doan et al. And Zhu et al. Since designing the gRNA is based on the genomic context or the sequence context of the genome, so we tried to select gRNAs to have at least 2 to 3 positive features as shown in the guideline. And then for the gRNA design, 23 base pair sequence, including the PAM sequence, was selected. The first pair is located at the beginning of the gene, and the second pair is located in the middle of the gene. And the last 3 gRNAs were located in the 12 and 13 exon or the middle region of the gene. So the secondary structure prediction was performed by using RNA protein form, and we selected gRNA that have at least stem loop 2 and cell loop 3 because as published before, 82% of the functional gRNA must have these 2 stem loop, and absence of step 1 does not affect the editing efficiency. So the selected features of 7 EGPDS gRNA candidate were tabulated. The DC content was between 35% to 60%, and some of the gRNA carry guanine at position 20, some are carry cytosine at position 16, some are having adenine in the middle of the gRNA sequence, no gRNAs with cytosine at position 3, and full residues in the last 4 of the nucleotide target strand targeting both strain, presence of stem loop 1 and stem loop 3, and accessibility at the seed region 1820 nucleotide and also 51 to 53 nucleotide. So after that, we conducted in vitro cleavage assay to confirm the efficiency of these selected gRNAs. So the synthesis of the gRNA for in vitro cleavage assay was performed by using a kit called Guide sgRNA in vitro transcription and screening system by Takara Bio USA. So all the candidate gRNAs, gRNA 1 to gRNA 7 were transcribed and tested against the control target fragment of the EGPDS gene. So the efficiency of the each gRNA was determined by comparing the intensity of the experimental fragment with the control fragment. So multiple DNA bands with expected sizes were produced, thus confirm the efficiency of the selected 7 gRNAs. So and then we constructed the CRISPR-Cas9 vectors carrying the 7 gRNAs by using Gibson assembly method into the backbone called URL CRISPR-Cas9 35SH. So by a 2-step assemble strategy, the 7 gRNAs targeting the EGPDS gene were first inserted into the sgRNA expression cassette called OSU6A and OSU6B, and then this cassette will combine the Cas9 coding sequence in the backbone vector to form 3 constructs carrying different gRNAs combination. So sequentially, a series of precise amplification were carried out to create the overlapping ends that allow the cloning of multiple gRNA expression cassettes into the final vector. So 3 transformation and tree transcription construct are denoted as PYL EGPDS1 35SH carrying the first two GRNA, PYL EGPDS2 35SH which carry the second pair of the GRNA, GRNA3 and GRNA4, and the PYL EGPDS3 35SH carry the last three GRNA, GRNA5 to GRNA7. And then we deliver these CRISPR vectors into the oil palm protoplast. The oil palm protoplasts were isolated from the oil palm embryogenic calyx or oil palm EC, and transformation was performed based on Masani et al. 2013. As you can see in the slide, this is the image of the oil palm EC in the enzyme solution. The oil palm EC after the filtration using the aluminum mesh, and then the protoplast transfected the protoplast, and also the protoplast transformed with the control plasmid which carry the extract. So, and then we screen for the possible mutation by using the interference of CRISPR edit I software, at which the protoplast will be was homogenized by using homogenizer, and then the target gene was PCR amplified and sequenced, and finally the sequence were analyzed by using I software. So by using I software, there will be two CRISPR indicator. The first one is indels percentage and also the knockout score. So the indel percentage is also equivalent to the editing efficiency, and the knockout score is defined as the proportion of sequences that are likely to result in a functional protein knockout or functional mutation. So the higher the KO score, the higher the percentage of the sequence that result in the knockout of the target gene. So so we screened for the mutation in all the three plasmid, and we found that mutations were observed in protoplast sample transformed with the third plasmid which carry three GRNAs, and the indels were found in all three GRNAs. And we also observed multiple site of mutation, including at three GRNAs simultaneously. We also observed single site mutation, and the longest nucleotide deletion it was 30 nucleotide, and the shortest nucleotide deletion is 1 nucleotide deletion. So as a conclusion, we could conclude that the selection of highly efficient RNA is a very important aspect for successful CRISPR-Cas9 in the study. So construction of CRISPR-Cas9 vectors carrying multiple GRNAs targeting PDS gene, or also known as multiplex gene editing, may increase the editing efficiency and gene knockout in oil palm. So from 7 selected GRNAs, the last 3 GRNAs were the most efficient in the study. So this result was based on the efficiency in vitro cleavage assay and also the mutation data analyzed by ICE. In addition, the presence of G nucleotide at nucleotide 20, purine residues in the last 4 of the nucleotides, the presence of at least stable 2 and stable 3, and accessibility at nucleotide position 80, 20, 51, 53 are very important features that have positive effects on the GRNA functionality in the CRISPR-Cas9 editing in oil palm. So CRISPR-Cas9 system is highly applicable in oil palm, efficient and able to cause site-targeted mutation in oil palm protoplast, generating indels up to 30 nucleotide deletion. Indels percentage of 85% and knockout score of 72% was also achieved based on the ICE software. Therefore, this system can be adapted to target other potential genes in oil palm to produce oil palm with desired traits. So finally, I would like to thank MPOB management, also the members of the Transgenic Technology Group, Tissue Culture Group, Advanced Biotechnology and Breeding Center at BBC for their kind assistance. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Ms. Nofariza. Our last presenter for this session is Ms. Saranya Tanganathan from Quest International University, Malaysia. She will be sharing her finding on the Carica papaya WRKR transcription factor in response to salinity stress.
Can you see my screen?
I can see your screen, but your voice seems very soft.
Now?
Now it's okay.
Okay. Thank you to the chairperson. I'm Saranya Tanganathan from Quest International University, going to present my project entitled Carica papaya Worky transcription factor in response to salinity stress. Carica papaya is popularly consumed worldwide and economically important fruit due to its high nutritive value and pharmacological benefits. Carica papaya is native to tropical America, and today it is cultivated in many countries such as India, Sri Lanka, Ghana, and Southeast Asia, including Malaysia. Exotica, Subang, Solo, and Sakaki are among the few varieties of papayas available in Malaysia. Carica papaya is highly susceptible to abiotic and biotic stresses such as papaya ring spot virus, drought, salinity, and so on, which affects the growth and harvest that causes significant yield loss to the farmers. Transcription factors are proteins that bind to promoter in order to regulate gene expression. Various transcription factors such as NAC, DREB, MYB, and WRKIS are responsible to various abiotic stresses in plant. WRKI is one of the vital transcription factors expressed by papaya during salinity stress. WRKI is the 10th largest transcription factor family in higher plant. It contains at least one WRKI domain and one zinc finger-like motif. Based on the number of WRKI domain and zinc finger-like motifs, WRKI is categorized into 4 groups. The very first WRKI cDNA was identified in sweet potato, which encodes for SPF1. Since then, about 74 WRKIs have been identified in Arabidopsis thaliana. There is an increased demand in papaya. However, papaya plants are easily affected by salinity stress in soil and water caused by weathering of rocks and encroachment of sea level. Besides, improper irrigation and poor drainage can increase the salt in water and soil, which causes regional salinization. Apart from this, climate change and drought stress also leads to salinity stress in plants. In order to overcome this problem, scientists are working to develop salinity-tolerant papaya. However, less progress has been made on understanding the function of Carica papaya WRKI protein. The function of WRKI in salinity stress response is not thoroughly studied. Therefore, this project is aimed to isolate and characterize WRKI2 gene from salinity stress treated Carica papaya and to investigate the overexpression of Carica papaya WRKI2 gene in Arabidopsis thaliana. This is the methodology of the project where plant material preparation and stress treatment was done by collecting the seeds from fresh Hong Kong papaya. The papaya was germinated for 1 month and salinity treatment was performed on 1-month-old papaya plant by subjecting the plant to 200 millimolar NaCl. Following the treatment, leaf sample was harvested from both non-stressed and stressed plant. Then, total RNA was extracted from stressed and non-stressed plant using CTAB method following RT-PCR. WRKI2 gene was amplified using specific primer set, and the purified WRKI2 gene was sent for sequencing, and the DNA sequence was analyzed using BLAST tool in NCBI gene bank. Then, WRKI2 gene was cloned into P. cambia 1304 plant expression vector and transformed into E. coli competent cell. The positive transformation were confirmed using colony PCR. The validated insert with vector was transformed into agrobacterium tumefacient LBA4404 using freeze and thaw method. The validated agrobacterium tumefacient, which carrying the recombinant vector, was transformed into Arabidopsis thaliana using floral deep method. The plant was allowed to grow and the seeds were screened on MS agar with kanamycin and hygromycin B. The screened seeds were grown to T1 plants and the transgene in T1 plants were validated using PCR. Following the validation, the plants were allowed to grow till T3 generation. Stress tolerance assay will be performed on T3 plant and the gene expression level were investigated using Southern blot analysis followed by physiological and biochemical analysis. These are the results of this project where Figure 1 here shows the papaya plant after the 28 days of salinity treatment. Figure A1 shows the control plant which are healthy with greener leaves. In contrast, figure B shows the stress plant with unhealthy and yellow leaves, and also there are marginal chlorosis on the leaves. Effect of salt stress on morphological traits were analyzed. The number of leaf fresh weight, shoot length, shoot fresh weight, root length, and root fresh weight were decreased in stress plant. Significant difference was observed in the morphology traits of papaya plant between control and salinity treated plants. Figure 2 shows the successful extraction of RNA from both non-stressed and stressed plants. Figure 3 shows the amplification of WRKI2 gene and TBP gene. If you see here, lane 1 to lane 3 is showing the genes amplified from non-stress, which is control plant. TBP1 and TBP2 genes were able to amplify from control plant. However, the amplification of WRKI2 gene is unsuccessful in control plant because WRKI2 gene will be expressed only during stress condition, whereas the TBP genes were used as control in this amplification because it will be constitutively expressed in plant at all times. Homology search using BLAST showed that WRKI2 gene possesses higher similarity to Carica papaya probable WRKI transcription factor 2, which was isolated from Sana papaya with the similarity of 99.88%. The cloning of WRKI2 gene in PGMT-EZ vector was successful. Figure 5 showing the gel image of colony PCR to confirm the presence of WRKI2 gene in the vector, where we able to amplify the WRKI2 gene, which is about 900 base pair. Figure 6 shows the confirmation of the insert in Picambia 1304 vector. Figure 7 shows the amplification of WRKI2 from the randomly selected Agrobacterium tumefaciens cell. Figure 8 shows the transgenic Arabidopsis thaliana T1 plants, which was transformed with the recombinant vector. And this figure 9 shows the validation of transgene in T1 plant, where GFP gene was used as positive control, and WRKI2 gene was amplified from the T1 plant, which shows the successful transformation of the gene into the plant genome. Figure 10 shows the validation of transgene in T2 plant, where it's same where the GFP gene was used as positive control. Figure 12 shows the transgenic Arabidopsis thaliana T3 generation plant, which will be used for the stress tolerance assay and also the other physiological analysis. Since this is an ongoing project, salinity stress tolerance will be performed soon, followed by Southern blot analysis and physiological and biochemical analysis. In conclusion, RNA extraction was successful in both control and salinity treated leaf sample, and WRKI2 gene was successfully isolated from the salinity treated Carica papaya leaf sample, and the sequence was confirmed using BLAST, and this marked the achievement of research objective 1. Whereas for research objective 2, it was partially achieved where the recombinant plasmid was successfully constructed, and transgenic plants, the creation of transgenic plants was also successful up to T3 generation. These are the few references used in this presentation. I would like to express my gratitude to Ministry of Higher Education for funding this project, and also Quest International University Lab Unit for the technical support. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aranya. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the question and answer session for the oral presentation. If you have any question, please feel free to post in the chat box. Okay, I have one question from Ms. Haswani. Okay, so the question is directed to Ms. Saranya. So the question is, I just want to know, is this expression will be the same if we use papaya from different age? Currently, the study is using 1-month-old papaya, right?
Yes. Hello, yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
currently
yeah.
we are, initially when we want to isolate the worky gene, we treated the plant at 1 month old stage. And to know the expression in other different stages, we haven't go up to that stage because currently we are doing only at the seedling stage. So maybe after the expression analysis in Arabidopsis thaliana, maybe after that we can try with the other different stage of papaya plant.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question also to Ms. Saranya. So if let's say the worker gene is successful, okay, in response to the salinity stress, in future, how are we going to apply in a big what to say in the big scale?
Okay, if this is successful, so if the expression and if the plant is managed to tolerate to the salinity stress by expressing this gene, maybe we can, for the first trial, maybe we can try at field stage followed by the in a bigger scale.
Okay, thank you.
But we also did a few other analyses like qPCR and also transcriptomic analysis. So it shows that Worky2 is really helping in the plants to adapt during the stress.
Hello, Miss Saranya? You're
Yeah,
muted.
that's
Yeah.
all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions from the audience? You may post up in the chat box. Any more questions from the participants and the audience? If you have any question, you may post in the chat box, yeah? No question? No question? Okay, if no question, then thank you to all the speakers for your wonderful, inspiring sharing session. I believe most of us are already hungry, and we will now proceed to the lunch break. And please join the e-poster presentation in the respective breakout rooms at 2 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you later.
Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample. Bioplex assay development is built on years of expertise with a rigorous SMARTS development approach that ensures best-in-class performance. Confidence in system performance is easy with the integration of the Bioplex 200 system, software, and consumables. Engage in the immunoassay workflow you're familiar with while getting results from multiple analytes in one well with less sample. you.